Ladies and gentlemen, we're delighted this year to be working in partnership with AIM Progress, and Louise Herring is here, and you'll hear from her in a minute. And thanks also to Clifford Chance for hosting us today in this lovely office here. Now, the purpose of the forum, I think, is known, but let's just remind ourselves to continue to raise the issue of migrant worker recruitment and the key need for both government, society, but also civil society and trade unions to work together. And in particular, the elimination of worker fees to secure employment abroad. Now, we know many of you work on this issue day in, day out, that the thousands of dollars of fees paid can make workers vulnerable to ongoing exploitation and, in the worst cases, forced labor situations. This is well known, this is well documented. It is the work of this group and everybody watching today to try and eliminate this practice. Now, the Leadership Group for Responsible Recruitment was established in 2016, a mixture of companies, civil society organizations, and UN organizations. And we decided to focus on the employer pays principle, that no worker should pay for a job. It's that simple, but it's actually very complex, as I know many of you know. And that the cost of recruitment, because there is a cost of recruitment, should be borne by the employer and not the worker. Now, this is a global movement, and we'll hear over the next 2 days the work that's being done. This is a bit of a stock take, if you like, as to what has advanced and where we all have to lean in and work harder. What progress have we been made? What progress have we made over recent years, despite the added challenges such as the COVID pandemic? Now, the good news, I suppose a small piece of good news, and I think we will hear some small pieces of good news amongst the challenges, is that more and more companies are now making public their commitment to no worker fees. And last year we launched the Responsible Recruitment Register, and I'm pleased to say that now there are 200 companies listed for making public statements to eliminate fees, and over 30 trade associations and professional bodies too. Now, we're probably missing some in the list, so please do go and check the register and let us know if you know of companies or associations that have made public commitments. And we hope, of course, these numbers will increase to go up over the weeks and months ahead. But now we move on to the question of implementation. How do we make responsible recruitment work? How to make it a reality? And how do we ensure that no worker pays for a job is a true statement and not just, if you like, something we're hoping for? Now, today's agenda will take us through a number of key issues. The link between responsible recruitment and development, the focus of first engagement between migrant workers and recruiters, amplifying worker voice and worker agency, making responsible recruitment more sustainable in economic terms, trying to weed out fraudulent job schemes, the perennial issue of the repayment of fees and other forms of remedy to workers, And I will also be in conversation with Mahmoud Kutab, who is the Executive Director from the Workers' Welfare Committee of the Supreme Committee of the Qatar 2022 World Cup. Now, of course, last year there was a lot of focus on the World Cup and a lot of criticism too, and I will be looking back with Mahmoud as to what worked and what didn't work, but also what can we learn around major projects as we move forward. There will also be an in-person reception for you guys. Sorry for you online, you'll have to do it virtually on your own somewhere. But we'll be talking a little bit about the vulnerability of migrants in relation to humanitarian response, and also hearing from a local employer here in the New York area who operate an open hiring model, and learning about why and how that works. And tomorrow's agenda, I'm pleased to say, is the first time that the forum will focus on the transport supply chain. Transport and logistics and the workers within them are largely invisible workforces, but they are very much the workers that make the global economy work and tick. We thought about them during COVID, of course, for those stranded on board ships. The issues have not gone away. 90% of goods are transported by sea. The Maritime Labour Convention prohibits the payment of fees, but we know from recent research that it's endemic, fee payment within the sea industries. Also tomorrow, we have the growing risks of forced labour and child labour here in the US, rather depressingly. How far have we come in implementing the employer pays principle and the next steps? And then for those of you online, there'll be discussion around climate and conflict and induced migration, and Neil's interview with Saket Soni, who has written recently about the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina and the way that South Asian migrant workers were exploited there. And for those of you here in person, we'll be focusing in on legislation and measurement. So some hard work tomorrow. But I do wish us all a very fruitful 2 days. Thank you for those of you who've traveled a long way to be with us. And thank you for those of you who've joined virtually. I'll now hand to our partner, Louise Herring, Executive Director of AIM Progress, to say her remarks. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John. Good morning, everyone. My name's Louise Herring. As John said, I'm the Executive Director of AIM Progress. And on behalf of our 44 brand and supplier members, I'd like to welcome you, those of you that are here in person and virtually, to the event, and thank the IHRB for inviting us to partner with them on what I think is a really exciting agenda that we've got planned over the next 2 days. AIM Progress is a collaborative network, and I'll come back to that word collaboration several times during the introduction. We're a collaborative network of fast-moving consumer goods brands and their suppliers who work together on common human rights issues in shared supply chains to positively impact human rights, people's lives, and ensure respect for human rights. Our members include global brands across food and beverage, cosmetics, household products, and healthcare. Why are AIM Progress so delighted to be a partner of this event? As John said, many workers, even before they step foot on a farm, on a vessel, or in a production facility, accrue debts that make them vulnerable to coercion, exploitation, debt, bondage, and threats. And that is why responsible recruitment remains one of the most challenging and important human rights areas for AIM Progress and our company members. How are we doing in tackling that enormous challenge? As AIM Progress, I would say, which John reflected in his comments, there has been progress. We have seen more companies making commitments to the employer pays principle. We are seeing more companies implementing their policies, implementing training, supporting suppliers, deepening the types of assessments they do. We are seeing the conversation change, and we're seeing conversations moving to an understanding that capability building needs to happen along the supply chain. But is that enough? And are we having the impact we need to have? And are we having the impact we need to have in a context which is changing rapidly and becoming massively more complex with climate change, with conflict, and with the ongoing impacts of the COVID pandemic globally? We would argue no, not yet. And we would argue that's partly because we need to understand better what interventions work in terms of responsible recruitment and what don't. We need to look at the business models around responsible recruitment and how we can do better. We need to focus in on collaborative capacity building of supply chain partners. We need to focus in on how we can strengthen the capability of workers, and we need to build trust and be open about the challenges that we face. And to come back to the word collaboration that I talked about at the beginning, we also think that we really need to collaborate better, to open up discussions, to listen, to find common ground, to share our learnings, to double up and work together more. And that, for AIM Progress, is really what the next 2 days is all about, and the value that we see of being part of this event. So thank you again from us for being here, and I really would encourage you, whether you're in the room or whether you're online, let's find those opportunities over the next 2 days. Let's find those opportunities for common grounds. Let's find those opportunities for collaboration, and let's find those opportunities for greater impact. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Neil Wilkins. I'm head of the Migrant Workers Programme at the IHRB. Just some quick housekeeping points. We'd love it if you visit the Global Forum portal, where you will find all sorts of interesting information about the agenda. There's additional resources there. There's places where you can post your thoughts on the social wall. You can share your interests, and you can check out other attendees at the forum. In fact, there's a whole new social world that awaits you there, so please do visit the portal. We're also very keen on people spreading word of the forum via social media. So for those of you who are keen users of Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, please do tweet and report what is said here. The meetings aren't under Chatham House, so please feel free. We want to try and spread the word about responsible recruitment. The hashtag to use for the Global Forum is simply hashtag GFRR2023, Global Forum 2023. Questions. We're very keen to hear questions from a very knowledgeable audience, both in the room and online. For the online audience, if you submit your questions in the chat on the online form where you're watching it, they will come through to a moderator in the room here, and there's the possibility that they will get asked to the panelists. For those of you in the room, we won't be taking questions directly from anyone in the room, but similarly, you can all submit questions via the online form that you'll find in the Global Forum portal. So if you want to ask a question, please submit it like that. It will go to my colleague Bonnie in the corner. She will moderate the questions and then ask the panelists the questions for you. We hope that way that we can include many more questions than if we dot around the room asking people individual things. I take great pleasure in now getting things underway and introducing our keynote speaker. I'm really pleased to have her here speaking and making the keynote address, Rebecca Smith from Labour Mobility Partnerships. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Neil. It's a pleasure to be with you all today. My goal for today is to present a vision, professionalized recruitment industry that can be the key to unlocking migration and transforming the lives of millions of workers and their family. This conference and our community has traditionally focused on the dangers of unethical recruitment and how to stop it. Today, I want to shift our view to the transformative positive potential of migration done well. We live in a unique era where migration around the world will be transformed by two parallel and historic trends. And before I get into that, can you hear me okay? I've got a bit of an echo. There is an echo. Let me stop here. Okay, are we okay? Yeah. All right, now we'll carry on. Didn't want either you or I to have to deal with that the whole time. Here we go. All right, now we're underway. All right, the first of these two historic trends is the era of forever labor shortages in high-income countries. With more older people and fewer young people in countries like the US and Europe, we're entering an era of aging societies where all industries will suffer from a severe lack of workers. In the last few years, we've all felt this in many parts of our lives. What labor shortages were previously this esoteric concept, but I think now most of us know very acutely what they feel like. You think of the long waits at the airport. You think about the difficulty in getting care for children and aging parents. You can think about the shortages along supply chains driving inflation because there are not enough truck drivers and port workers. These worker gaps are already costing the global economy $3 to $7 billion every day, and are going to get far, far worse from here. Without migration, by 2050, OECD countries will lose 92 million working-age people and gain 96 million elderly people, meaning that they will need an additional 400 million workers beyond what we can expect from native growth rates just to maintain our basic social infrastructure. In the past, our response to labor shortages in a given sector has been to raise wages and attract workers to that sector. That strategy isn't going to work anymore. In a world where there's too few workers to go around, you can't solve labor shortages by simply recruiting workers away from another sector. That just creates another shortage. Here's how bad it is. Already in the US, by 2028, the number of new workers in the entire economy will not be enough to meet the needs just of the elderly and childcare sector, let alone the rest of the economy. Let that sink in. By 2028, we will not be able to meet the needs of one sector of our economy. Increased recruitment of foreign workers is the only realistic solution, since the other solutions, like making elderly people work longer or having more children, are simply not practically viable to the extent that we need them. This means that thinking about recruitment has to shift from only focusing on cleaning up supply chains to first securing and cleaning up our supply chains if businesses are to remain functional. At the same time, low-income countries face the exact opposite problem: not enough jobs for their workers. The number of workers is growing far faster than the number of jobs in countries where underemployment and poverty are already defining features of life for far too many. In the same time frame that high-income countries need an additional 400 million workers, low-income countries will have an additional 1.4 billion new workers, 600 million of whom are not likely to be able to find jobs in their home countries. In Africa already today, between 10 million and 12 million new youth become working age every year, but only 3.1 million jobs are created. Think back to what I said. The global economy is already losing $3 to $7 billion every day because of jobs going unfilled. And at the exact same time, 9 million African youth every year are entering the workforce without little to no hope of being able to find a good job in their home country. Hopefully that waste is obvious, but it's also fundamentally a matter of justice. When we look at what explains the differences in income between people around the world, where they are is the single most important factor. As my co-founder Len Pritchett likes to say, it turns out that there are not poor people, but rather people in poor places. And as we just covered, there's going to be a lot more of them in the coming years. This means that one of the most powerful things that companies can do to strengthen global equality is to hire more workers from abroad. And yet we've often viewed this as a risk to manage rather than something to celebrate. Let me try and put into context what the opportunity to work abroad means for a migrant worker. On average, the exact same worker born in a low-income country and doing the exact same job abroad can expect to increase their income by 5 to 15 times, even adjusting for the higher expenses living in a high-income country. Think about what you would do to multiply your current salary by 10. For workers and their families born into poverty, the chance to work abroad represents food on the table, life-saving health care, sending their children to school. The impact of it empirically dwarfs all foreign aid and all charitable giving. This means that the demographics I told you about at the beginning represent a historic opportunity to transform labor markets to the benefit of the most vulnerable. If we were to fill the jobs that need to be filled in high-income countries by bringing in workers from low-income countries, we would create additional trillion in increased global income that largely accrues to people born into poverty. For me personally, this is why I'm at this conference today. But at the same time that these trends create a historic opportunity, they also put significantly more pressure on recruitment systems. Far more workers would like to work abroad than are able to under the current system. Recruiters in many contexts control who gets access to this golden ticket, putting much of the power in their hands and driving many of the issues that we are here to talk about at this conference. The pressure of increasing numbers of young people unable to get jobs in their home country, paired with the lucrative but empty jobs in countries like the US and Europe, will increase risks of recruitment, fraud, and human trafficking if we don't act effectively and swiftly. Many of the problems we see in recruitment systems and that we are gathered around today are a direct result of these pressures, as well as recruitment systems that are designed in a way that actively creates incentives for fraud and malpractice. These bad outcomes have delegitimized migration, stalling political progress, such that the first thing people think of is not its enormous potential for good, but the risks and abuses that migrants so frequently face. So recruitment is both the challenge and, to some extent, the solution to unlocking the potential of migration. It won't surprise anyone in this room that politics are the primary barrier to letting these workers fill needed jobs. But in the course of our work, we've learned two things that might surprise you. The first is that for the most part, political resistance to foreign workers isn't driven by racism or xenophobia. It's driven by very valid concerns about the way migration is currently happening, the same concerns that brought you to this room today. Most voters fall into what we call the anxious middle, people who are not very for or very against migration, but are rather concerned about abuse and exploitation of migrants, irregular migration, and visa overstay. And as we just discussed, many of these challenges are specifically driven by problems within recruitment systems. As long as voters and policymakers see the movement of people as dominated by human traffickers and smugglers and recruiters and employers who take advantage of those who move, a massive opportunity for improving the human condition will remain off of the global agenda. The flip side of this, though, is that by building a professional and responsible recruitment industry, we can directly answer these concerns and build political support to expand migration. The second thing that might surprise you is that even when we're not limited by policy, it is limited by practice. Many countries actually are beginning to open up their migration systems. Japan, Germany, and Canada have all made major strides in the last 3 years to welcome significantly more foreign workers. And yet workers aren't moving through these visas because missing infrastructure and services has rendered them inaccessible. These visas are unfilled because the systems are too complex for employers and workers to navigate without support, and we haven't developed a reliable and professional industry delivering these support services in time to take advantage of these opportunities. So this is where we get to the positive role of the recruitment industry. We've spent so much time focusing on the very real harms caused by today's recruitment systems that we sometimes lose sight of the critical and positive role of recruiters in a well-functioning migration system. A sustainable, responsible recruitment industry is core to ensuring that we can scale migration while managing it in a way that workers are well prepared, placed, and protected throughout the migration experience. There's plenty of evidence that recruiters play a significant role in reducing barriers and frictions for both workers and employers throughout the entire migration process by building and circulating specialized knowledge of migration opportunities and how to navigate those complex systems. As immigration processes in receiving countries become more complex, the assistance of an intermediary who can help migrants navigate processes which are time-consuming and costly has become increasingly essential. And I'm looking around the room at some of our recruiters, like our partners from Cierto. I think that their experience demonstrates that recruiters can play a critical role in making sure migration goes well for the workers. It's also critical to ensuring that employers of all sizes are able to hire foreign workers. With the growing need to recruit foreign workers, companies traditionally not acquainted with the immigration systems will require extensive support to navigate the systems and hire the people they need. There's also a strong economic case for this industry to exist at scale. It doesn't need to depend on philanthropy. The economic gains to employers and workers from filling half the need that I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation would look something like $3 trillion annually. To put it in context, that's an economy the size of India that we would introduce into the global economy. If only 1%, a conservative estimate, of those aggregate gains were spent on mobility industry services, that would imply a $30 billion per year industry. This isn't something that needs to exist on the niche sidelines of the global system. This is something that can be a force to transform labor markets around the world. As a community, we need to shift the timeframes we're centering our work on. By focusing mainly on the present-day harms of irresponsible recruitment, we risk designing solutions that miss the opportunity to catalyze the future transformative potential of well-managed and supported migration. We will not succeed if we focus mainly on suppressing and reforming the activities of our present-day undesirable industry. The draw of migration is simply too powerful and too important for so many people around the world. The way that we succeed, the way that we win in transforming recruitment is by building a strong foundation for the growth of a professional, sustainable, and responsible recruitment industry. We can look to the evolution of other sectors to envision the emergence of such an industry. Many of you likely took a plane to get here. Being able to travel safely and, at least somewhat reliably, across countries or even hemispheres is something that we take for granted as part of our daily lives. But in the 1930s, air travel was dangerous and unreliable, so to the point that one might have easily pointed to the overwhelming challenges of creating a safe, reliable, convenient, and affordable air industry. We can think of today's recruitment industry in much the same way. Decentralized, without proper regulation and enforcement of standards, leaving the clients, workers, at significant risk. So what happened to turn the airline industry from small-scale and dangerous operation to the vast and reliable industry it is today? The answer is decades of concerted, dedicated, and government-supported efforts to create all of the necessary infrastructure, standards, monitoring, enforcement mechanisms, and the consolidation of airlines competing to provide the best value proposition to their customers. They recognized that an airline accident happening anywhere was an accident happening everywhere, and worked together to build a competitive industry that jointly reinforced standards of safety. We've made notable strides recent years in international recruitment. The launch of IRIS was an important step to articulating quality standards. We've seen companies taking on additional local staff to guide their suppliers, training on better recruitment practice for workers and suppliers, and companies making repayments to workers who are found to have paid fees. We've even seen governments taking the critical step of embedding recruitment quality requirements in trade agreements, like the recent one between US and Taiwan. But as demographic pressures intensify and immigration policies open, it is a matter of increasing urgency to transform the industry and deliver professional recruitment services at scale. This requires new and scalable and sustainable solutions. Developing economically viable models of responsible recruitment through financial solutions to reduce risk and timing issues for employers and recruiters. Building technologies that increase transparency and worker feedback, building recruitment models that give workers greater power as clients, and associations of responsible recruitmenters with a vested interest in holding themselves accountable. We envision a global responsible recruitment industry that, much like the airlines, sees abuse in one corridor as a threat to business in every corridor. The people in this room, and those of you online, are well positioned to help guide us to this new world. More than anyone, you have given deep thought to what a better recruitment industry would look like. It is up to us now to expand the tent and invite new types of partners in, from worlds like finance and incubators and accelerators to support new recruitment startups, bring in new responsible recruitment industry actors, getting all hands on deck and expanding our skills as a community to build this industry. We need to counter narratives that portray migrants only as victims by designing mechanisms that increase their agency and acknowledge the powerful impact of migration on their lives. And as businesses, we need to own our part of this impact and advocate for expanded visa pathways, not only to address labor needs, but as part of a robust global economic inclusion strategy that acknowledges that in today's world, your economic opportunity depends on where you are much more than who you are. Together, we can build a good industry and an industry for good, and transform labor markets so that for workers all around the world, their opportunity reflects their potential, not just the circumstances of their birth. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca, for that really interesting presentation. What a great start to our discussions, and putting the whole thing in context. And this next session, we'll be focusing on some of that. The next session is entitled Understanding Development and Recruitment, Fees, Remittances, and the Impact on the Global Economy. A starting position, perhaps, is that migrant workers remitted approximately $1 trillion to low and middle income countries last year. And this session is going to examine the financial and social benefits that may accrue via migration for work. So we're testing out our new online hybrid version, where we have two speakers here in the studio. I'm joined by William Joyce, Regional Director for Migrant Forum in Asia, and a very, very well-known figure around this agenda, I'm sure very well known to nearly all of you. We're delighted to welcome
to the online panel,
Heather
State
Crawley,
of Play. Where are we?
Who leads a number of initiatives at UN University, including more recently a big research project called MyDeck. Hi, Heaven. Can you hear us fine? Excellent. And do we have another speaker, Michael? Is he joining us? No, not there yet. We're just waiting for our third speaker. Okay, I'll continue. So it's easy when working with companies to view everything through a modern slavery lens. And that's been a basic premise of many companies, many initiatives to try to prevent modern slavery, and irregular recruitment and flawed recruitment practices have been presented in that way, that it's part and parcel of the modern slavery agenda. But that concentration perhaps fails to properly understand the many motivations that migrant workers have for seeking employment abroad, and the sort of inequity and the power imbalances which might compel them to do so. In this session, we want to unpack a little bit these things and to pay a little more time looking at the flawed starting position for many migrant workers and how that impacts on why and how they migrate. And we also hope that this session, building on what Rebecca has just said, begins to show the many benefits that migration for work brings to individuals, their families, communities, and countries of origin. However, equally important is that this doesn't get reduced solely to economics. There's much more to migration than that. Migrant workers can and do make enormous contributions to both countries of destination and origin, adding richness and diversity and culture to those societies where they are working, and then bringing home new skills, experiences, and ideas. Oh, I'm very pleased now that we've been joined by Michael Samras, who works for USAID. Hi, Michael. Can you hear us? Great, thank you. But to start off, Heaven. Thank you for joining us today. Heaven speaking to us from Italy today, joining us here in New York. But can you tell us about what you see as being the economic and non-economic benefits of labour migration, and what can or should be done to maximise the benefits of migration to development?
Thank you, Neil. Thank you for the warm welcome, and I'm very happy to join you here in Italy. I'm a migrant like many other of us, and I was really excited to get the invitation to come and talk to you about some of the work that we're doing on the relationships between migration and development at the UN University. And specifically, I'm going to talk about some of the evidence from this project called MIDEC, which, Neil, you mentioned in your opening remarks. MIDEC stands for the Migration, Development and Equality Hub. It's funded by the UK government through official development assistance, and it examines the relationship between migration, development, equality in the context of the Global South, and very much with an eye to development and to delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals. It's effectively one of the world's largest migration research projects, and over the last 12 countries undertaking research, engaging policymakers, engaging local communities, and also the private sector. And importantly, and Neil, again, you alluded to this in your opening remarks, we've been looking at both the sending countries from which migrants originate, but also the destination countries, because of course, migration has implications for both of those ends of the so-called corridor. Now, MIDEC is more than just a research project. We have more than 30 impact interventions involving more than 120 local partners, and we work with 5 UN agencies, ILO, IOM, UNRWA, UN Human Rights, and my organisation, the Centre for Policy Research, as well as the OEC Development Centre. So we're a huge resource. And what I want to do is to tell you a little bit about what our research tells us about what Rebecca was describing as the transformative potential of migration, not just for individuals and for households, and not just for businesses, but also for the broader development processes. And this, of course, is not just about the global north having its labour market needs, but also about the processes of transformation happening in the global south. So firstly, something about the contributions of remittances to development. Neil, you mentioned the figure of 1 trillion. I think it's very hard to know exactly the scale of remittances. We have lots of different estimates. I suspect we don't know the full extent because resources also transfer, even financial resources, through informal means. But we also, of course, have the benefits of the less economic aspects of migration that you mentioned. Certainly, we know that remittances constitute probably more than development assistance in terms of income into a country, or indeed foreign direct investment. I'm sure Michael will say more about that when we get to his presentation. I think it's very easy to get caught up in the figures, and I don't want to focus too much on those. I think even if we don't know exactly how big remittances are, we do know what the contribution of remittances can be. We know that it makes a very significant contribution to household income, and that is particularly true in rural areas. So around or over 50% of remittances are sent to poor households in rural areas, where 75% of the world's poor and food insecure are living. And what they send migrants working abroad can make up to 60% of the household's total income, which represents often a lifeline for millions of families and a source of constant income, even if their domestic situation changes. Our work, particularly in countries like Nepal, in Ethiopia, in Haiti, and in Egypt, has shown very clearly that those remittances make a very significant difference to people's quality of life. And those flows can reach people even when things go badly wrong. So in the context of a global pandemic, when everybody was expecting remittances to go down significantly, in fact, they didn't, in part because of digital transfers, which of course are measured in a more formal way. So globally, we expect that the accumulated flows of remittances to rural areas is going to increase. Say it's 1 trillion now, with something like $3 trillion over the next 5 years. And we know also from our research that these remittances have a significant impact in improving capital investments in housing and agriculture. And that sounds very abstract, but what it means is that people can put a roof on their houses, they can buy equipment to undertake their agricultural production. So very tangible, concrete benefits. It improves access to healthcare, particularly in contexts where healthcare is very limited. And it has huge implications for education. So our research from Burkina Faso, for example, has shown that children in migrant households stay in school much longer than children in non-migrant household. But as Neil said, it's not just about the financial contribution. Migrants also add to the diversity, richness and culture of societies, where they're bringing new ideas, skills and experience. And also culture, language, food. These are all things that we don't measure or quantify, which are so important to our everyday lives. But it's not just a positive story. I mean, it's very important to highlight the positives, but it's not just a positive story, unfortunately. We know that there are problems and issues with focusing on some of the benefits of migration, because those benefits of migration and of remittances come at a huge cost often to migrants and their families. And the first reason for that, and again, Rebecca alluded to this in her presentation, is the lack of safe and legal routes for migrants. So basically, there's a mismatch here between the needs of the labour market in many places for people, for migrant workers and for workers more generally, and the existence of bilateral and other labour agreements that make those movements possible. And if there isn't a regularly, and the costs of that journey, both in terms of the financial costs, which can be considerable, but also the psychological costs, are borne by the worker and his or her family. And that's a really important cost to consider. Secondly, even where there are legal routes, there are very significant recruitment fees. And I know you're going to be discussing that over the next few days. It can take a considerable time for people to pay back their loans. For example, our research looking at Bangladeshi migrants in Malaysia, people are taking up to 3 years to pay back the loans that they took to be able to have the employment in the first place. And that's a huge consequence for the kinds of benefits of migration that I was describing. Thirdly, we know that the conditions of migrant employment can often be very bad. This is because, in part, migrants are often very vulnerable, not necessarily because they're only irregularly in a country, but because they don't have the same language, they don't have the access to the trade unions. Wage theft, for example, is a very significant problem, and we're working with the Migrant Justice Institute really to look at how migrants can pursue their labour claims without losing their visa or even remain in the country of employment until they get their outstanding wages. If wages are the reason why people move and they're not being paid, then clearly that is a significant problem. The other issue that we've really noticed is the impact on children in migrant household. Children have agency and they adapt, they know the deal, they know that the migration is for the benefit of the household. However, there are clearly very significant impacts on children, particularly where parents are not often able to see their children. So just to conclude, what needs to happen to maximize the contribution of migration to development? Well, first of all, we need good working conditions for workers, and we need to address the issue of wage theft. People are moving for work in order to be able to enhance the potential of their family and the livelihoods of their family, then the fact that they're not getting the wages that were due to them or promised is clearly a significant problem. Secondly, no worker should pay for a job. The cost of recruitment should be borne by the employer, not the worker. And I know that's a very significant theme of your work, and I would very strongly encourage it to remain so because of the consequences for the workers. And thirdly, workers should be able to maintain relationships with their children. So although we have lots of mentions of family unity and the importance of the right to family unity, in truth, companies, businesses are benefiting from the fact that they don't have to pay for reproducing the social costs of the production of labour. We know that family unity has a very positive impact on worker productivity. It provides essential support for children. And I think the private sector needs to think very creatively about how to have family-friendly work environments for all employees, including those that have their family abroad, and allowing them time and the appropriate visa conditions to be able to continue to maintain that relationship with their children. And as employers, you can lobby your governments to allow that to happen. So just to conclude, we can't stop labour migration, and frankly, neither would we want to. It has huge benefits for migrants and their families, for businesses, and for the development process. However, we can very significantly improve the conditions under which labour migration takes place. It's absolutely within our gift to be able to do that, but that requires employers to behave ethically and not to treat their workers as units of labour and nothing else. And I would really urge you, with your powerful lobbying constituency, to ensure that states do what they need to do to create the conditions whereby migrants can have their rights and also help to deliver benefits for themselves and their families and for the broader economy. Thank you very much.
Heaven, thank you for that. I think you've covered such a wide range of topics connected to this agenda there, and made us all contemplate the fact that it absolutely doesn't just come down to the economics of this. How much must migrant workers love their kids to spend 3 years away from them to pay for their education? You know, these are the decisions that migrant workers are making all of the time, and we need to consider that and our role in making that sacrifice easier and better for migrant workers. And like Heaven said, I think there's a big role for business in particular to play in that space. I'd like to welcome our other online panellists now. Michael Samras works for USAID. Michael, can you remind me where you're talking from today, please?
In Washington.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were in Central America. I do apologise. Sorry. So, Michael, the US government has a number of programs designed to add greater value to the overseas experience of migrant workers. So perhaps you can please describe the program that you've been working on and why you believe there are great benefits that can accrue to migrant workers and to countries of origin and destination through greater engagement and structure being added to migration for work, and not just, as Heaven said, a labour tap to turn off and on.
Yeah, absolutely. So as many of you I'm sure are aware, USAID, we are a development agency. We're typically not involved in migration. We provide development assistance and humanitarian assistance around the globe. We typically defer on issues related to migration. Our colleagues at the State Department and our Bureau of Population, Refugees, and Migration. That said, it's something that we have started to work on in the past 4 years, and then significantly over the past 2 years under the Biden administration is working on circular migration, so seasonal migration from the Northern Central American countries of Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador. And this is working with those governments, the ministries of labor in Honduras and Guatemala, and then the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in El Salvador, to actually position those state entities as ethical recruiters that can go out into their municipalities, reach out through social media, and recruit their citizens that are interested in temporary work abroad opportunities. This is, how we have to approach this, because understanding Northern Central America from our perspective, it is inextricably linked to the irregular migration that happens significantly from those three countries, as well as Mexico and others, particularly in the Western Hemisphere. So, we see these circular migration pathways as alternatives to that dangerous and, in some instances, detrimental irregular migration, because instead of these community members coming up on the dangerous journey north through Mexico, across the border regularly, and sending remittances back, yes, but not coming back to their community to share their human capital. Alternatively, we want to set up these or help foster these situations where year after year these workers can come from these countries, contribute to businesses in the U.S. and increasingly in Canada and Spain. And then we're also in discussions with New Zealand and potentially Australia to seasonally go to those countries and then return home, bring their wages, bring their skills back. And so we want to ensure that these workers are protected from, all the full circle, from the recruitment that happens, as having said, all the recruitment costs should be borne by the employer. So we do trainings the ministries do trainings as they recruit to make sure that all interested people are aware. And, so we understand that a lot of people are going to be recruited through private recruiters. We want to make sure that they, even if they don't go through the ministries that we support, that they receive information from our work, USAID's work down there, just kind of is with the idea that no seasonal workers should be paying for their own visa, paying for their own transportation, that there are these lawful opportunities available to them, that they don't need a coyote and go through Mexico. And so beyond that, if the person is selected for a job abroad, then we train them on their rights while working abroad. This is for the U.S. This is based on the U.S. law that the Department of Labor enforces. Although we've also worked with different civil society organizations in their countries, as well as advocate organizations in the U.S. to give a more robust pre-departure know your rights training, as well as social support, so they understand, because many of these people are traveling abroad for the first time, have never been to the U.S. English is their second language often, so so they know what to expect. They know what is unacceptable when they are at the job sites in the US or Canada and Spain, and crucially, how to report that. It could be with the Department of Labor, it could be with their own ministry. The ministry that recruits them stays in touch with them while they are abroad, touching base with them. But it also could be with the different migrant and labor advocate organizations, some of which are participating in this conference and some of which are presenting in it. So we worked a lot with different organizations and done trips down to Central America to help strengthen the ministry's training of these visa holders to make sure that they're fully aware and equipped with the knowledge of how to report something. So USAID's role in this is the technical assistance to these ministries to position them as those ethical recruiters, but also on the policy side. As I mentioned, I'm in Washington, D.C., and a big part of what we do is trying to work with the interagency, the different parts of the U.S. government that do have a role in the visa, which USAID does not. We do not have an actual role in this. So working with the State Department, with U.S. Customs and Immigration Services, Department of Homeland Security, Department of Labor, et cetera, just to make sure that the visas are equal access is given to them, figuring out ways to reduce the gender disparity, because these visas, both the agricultural visas as well as the non-agricultural, are overwhelmingly men. And that's something that from a development standpoint, we are trying to counter to make sure that the benefits of them are more equitably distributed. So that's a big part of what we do. And then, we are in the process of really bringing this full circle. And as these workers return to their country, either for several months before they return back abroad to work, or if they, for whatever reason, they've decided not to go back or there is no job there anymore, we want to be able to train them, give them entrepreneurial training, so that they can invest not just the income that they've gained while working abroad, but also their skills, starting small businesses. Currently about half of the workers come back and they invest in housing, which is certainly a worthwhile investment. That is, certainly a durable good that lasts generation after generation in these Central American countries, particularly in the more far-flung, impoverished communities that a lot of these workers come from. But, we want to start transitioning these return workers to starting small businesses and getting them more financially fluent, and so that they're able to take advantage of the whole suite of other work that USAID does, because about 99% of the work that USAID does in these three countries and globally is development work that's based on improving the lives of citizens in their countries where they are, not working on circular migration. So once they return, we're looking at ways that we can link them up with, the normal bread and butter, so to speak, of USAID's programs. So happy to take any questions later.
Thank you very much, Michael. And I think that takes us somewhere interesting. It's about, does an initial migration prime the pump to further and greater development at home, or do we just see patterns of circular migration developing because progress isn't particularly made at home? And I'm going to explore that a little bit more with William in a minute. But William, first of all,
can I sit there?
Of course you can.
So I don't have my back facing anyone.
William, I'll shout at you across the room. William, I think first of all, can you just explain who Migrant Forum in Asia is? One of those organisations that's always at these meetings. It's always around this agenda, but maybe people don't quite understand who you are and what it is that Migrant Forum in Asia do. So first of all, can you just quickly explain the organisation?
I'm not sure if I also understand what I'm doing.
There you go.
But yeah, we are a regional network based in the Philippines. It's largely a very grassroots network that works across Asia and the Middle Eastern region, the Gulf region in particular, and then Israel, Jordan, and Lebanon. And we largely look at what is called labor migration and in the low wage sector. So, and it's a lot of it is based, our network is made of 250 plus organizations, but engaged in different kinds of work from direct services to research and policy work. And the Secretariat tries to do a cross-learning between the different kinds of work we do within the network.
And you're helping migrant workers both at home and abroad?
Yes, exactly, across the corridor. So from country of origin to destination, that whole corridor kind of thing, we develop partnerships that accompany migrant workers, particularly when they find themselves in a situation of abuse or exploitation.
And you've listened to what Heaven and Michael have been saying, but what would you add in? What do you see are the key challenges facing migrant workers and their families, perhaps, at the moment? What are the things you're seeing?
Look, I've been reflecting on this for a long time, kind of thing as well, and particularly in this time of COVID and post-COVID, if you want to call it that. And to what Heaven said as well a little while ago, during the COVID, we raised a campaign, and IHRB is part of that campaign as well, on wage theft. And this was the first time that wage theft as a concept was used in the Asia region. We have never used this term. Again, it's also a reflection of our network, because when accompanying migrant workers, it was more from a service kind of perspective. So our members would take cases of migrant workers, accompany them through the system to see if they could get something back. But during COVID, the number of cases we received only pointed out to us something that was so obvious to us even before COVID, that in any given year, that is the biggest complaint that we get, money claims. It's the biggest complaint you get in any given year of migrant workers in any country of origin. And so when we raise this issue up, kind of thing, again, it's you realize, and this is where I think listening even to this morning, we talk of power differential. We talk of transformative change. But I'm wondering if we need to start looking at this whole issue, not from I understand, and even in the Global Forum on Migration and Development, and the Global Compact on Migration the UN system and things like that, a lot of it is looked at from the need for mobility, and because the market kind of needs it. And I'm wondering if we should start looking at it from the reverse side, from migrants, their communities, and from their eyes, with their eyes, start looking at what's happening, what it's doing to countries of origin, what is happening in the lives of migrants. And then when you look at words like transformation, then you realize that transformation is a long, long process in the lives of migrants. And even if they believe it, it can, like this, go away. We have seen this, for example, migrants who have so-called put a roof over their head, send the children to school, have access to health and things, and all it takes is one typhoon, and everything is wiped out. And where just a mother went earlier as a domestic worker, now because of what the typhoon wiped out, the mother and 2 other children or 3 other members of the family have to go out to recover what they had, where they had reached in so-called development. So that's a big kind of thing. When you talk of power differential, to look at migrants themselves and migrant workers themselves, countries of origin have created this facade of calling them heroes, our modern day heroes. But when you look at migrants, from the minute they leave their destination, their country of origin, even to be able to vote back for their own situations to change, they don't have that right anymore. In our region, only Philippines and Indonesia have voting rights for their nationals once they are abroad. No other country in our region has that. They don't get those kind of rights and enfranchisement in countries of destination. So they can't participate in processes of change. There is talk of them joining unions and things like that, but that is very rarely possible. And so when you want to talk of power differentials as well, to look at what powerlessness means to migrants, or to even experience or be in solidarity with that powerlessness, is something we have not fully explored or looked at, I think. And I think it's important that as we come out of this kind of situation of COVID kind of thing, when things really came to a stop, I think there's need to look at it from the other side, and not only from our shelves are empty and we definitely need the agricultural worker. Like example now, a phenomena that is becoming big in the region, seasonal workers. Seasonal worker programs is something new in the Asia region. We've not had this before. At least prior to COVID, there was little talk of our workers going out as seasonal workers. Largely because the Asia migration story has been largely of temporary labor migration programs of 2-year contracts. And we used to say temporary permanent cycle. But now there's this new phenomenon of seasonal workers that is coming up. And the damage that it is doing, largely to our communities, in the way that the pretension that there's going to be a big uptake of workers, and there's going to be good money in this. In a very short time, you make what you can. And so workers have started signing up to these programs. We've got one corridor, for example, South Korea now, where local government, so we've been talking at the global level, we've been talking about local governance, local mayor mechanisms and stuff like that. And now in South Korea, between South Korea and Philippines and South Korea and Nepal, we've just, as Migrant Forum Asia, exposed how local government in Korea is talking to local government in the Philippines. Workers are going across without the national government knowing. And so when we brought it out in a webinar kind of thing, local government was concerned because they realized that they were involved in a crime-like syndicate now. So this is a new thing that has emerged on cyber hiring. We've all looked at, and we were looking at this whole kind of farms that they call them farms, set up in Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, and things like that. Big numbers of workers brought in for cyber marketing, from cryptocurrencies to sex trade kind of thing. And it was just last week that 1,000 workers in a raid were found in the Philippines. 1,000 workers, and within the ASEAN, and these workers were largely from the ASEAN region. So there is no requirement of recruitment within the ASEAN region. Workers can come into the Philippines or move around the ASEAN without visas. So that possibility of moving within the ASEAN has been taken advantage of to circumvent the whole recruitment process. And suddenly you find 1,000 workers in a place in Clark where they're all being exploited. The situation was, and it took one Indonesian worker to call his embassy and say, this is happening, we haven't been given our wages and things like that. And then the trafficking, the kind of police unit went to do a raid, and they found 5 to 7 different nationalities in that one compound, one place. And that's 1,000 workers. And we have no idea of how many more compounds or buildings are there like that. So I think the need, therefore, again, to look at this pressure that is building is, while we look at it from the north as markets and need for mobility and things, stability for life in the north, the impact of life in the south is further eroding whatever development is possible. And I think it's time, if we are going to look at this collaboration, what Evan talks about, what Rebecca talked about, that collaboration has to be real for the South as well.
I think that that's a really important point. And so Michael, in his remarks, he talked about the benefits and trying to maximise the benefits of returning migrants. But you and I have talked about how the ability to go abroad and work abroad can tend to distort local labour markets, with workers perhaps being unmotivated to work for the lower wages that they can acquire in countries of origin.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the story a long time ago with the workers that were in the Korea-Asia corridor, South Korea-Asia corridor. We are seeing it now within the Europe kind of corridor with Asia. Largely because you think under the seasonal worker program or under the Korea exchange kind of program, because workers assume they are going to earn a lot in the destination country, they no longer, there is such a huge stockpile at the moment of workers waiting to go to Korea. They have passed the language test and everything, but because the quotas have been filled or the quotas are limited, you have them waiting. And because they are waiting, they don't necessarily take on jobs at home. They remain idle. Or if they have gone on these programs, when they come back, because there's no technology transfer or something like that between these countries. So when they come back, they worked on a farm somewhere in Europe, they come back, and now they wait for the next cycle. They are not bringing back technology or knowledge that they can now use productively and start up something at home. So that idleness is creating, again, it's having a development impact on countries of origin. It's actually slowing down the development of countries of origin.
So Heaven, I was in Nepal recently, and we talked to MIDEC researchers and a number of other NGOs working there. And they told us regularly of the reluctance of would-be migrants to attend skills training and pre-orientation classes. And this was particularly the pattern for first-time and younger migrants who, when they get to countries of destination, realise that having skills would actually allow them to access the better-paying jobs and roles abroad. But is there anything that might be done to prepare people better for working abroad? Or are we always going to be up against the seductive promises of recruiters about well-paid jobs that we all know bear little relation to the realities when these workers get abroad?
Well, it's a complicated question, so I'm going to give you a complicated answer. And I'm going to complicate it in 3 different ways. First of all, I think it's important to remember that when we're talking about the seduction of migration abroad, we also have to compare that with the possibilities and realities of life where people are, right? So people are not just, there's a very populist narrative around people being somehow greedy. No, this is people often from rural areas who then often migrate to cities, find that they are in competition there and can't make a good living and a livelihood. So this is about how, given the limited opportunities available to me, do I maximize on my human capacity, essentially, because that's the most important thing that people have. So I think it's, going back to William's point, I think it's really important to see this from the perspective of migrants rather than talking about it in a kind of an abstract labour market way. People do balance up the opportunities available to them, and often there are few opportunities potentially that they can take advantage of. I think the second thing is to be, and it kind of relates in a way, is to be cautious about narratives. Most migration in the world doesn't happen from south to north. About a third of migration happens from south to north. About a third happens between the countries of the global north, and about a third happens between the countries of the global south, who have much bigger populations to begin with. So this is about differences in economic opportunities between the countries of the south, as well as between the south and the north. And within MIDEC, and you've spent time in Nepal, so you'll have heard about this. A country like Nepal has people not just traveling to Malaysia, which is where we're doing our research, but to the Arab states, to different parts where people feel that there are opportunities and where there are, particularly where there are bilateral labor agreements which make that possible. So the narratives of this tend to flatten out the whole story, and they ignore, I think, the differences between countries and between migrants. There's been mentioned, for example, I think Michael, you mentioned gender issues. I think there are real gender issues that we need to take account of this and not, again, flatten out the experiences of migrants, because how we provide opportunities for people within their countries of origin is going to be different potentially for men and women. Migration can reduce inequalities, including gender inequalities, but it can also increase them. So it's about really understanding the nuances in terms of country, in terms of different groups of migrants, and also, as Rebecca said, trying to sort of, address this issue of narrative, not just from a broad perspective, but also, as William alluded to, not just reinforcing. We want to be positive about migration, and in so doing, there's a danger that we just talk all the time about, migrants as heroes and the positive aspects. But it interconnects migration with so many different facets of society and facets of life, which is really my third point, which is one of the main problems about migration research and migration policy is it disconnects migration from these broader processes. So if we want to understand how to really harness the benefits of migration, we have to situate it within context, context of urbanization, context of circular migration, context of development more generally, and context of inequality, because there are huge inequalities in the right to move and huge inequalities in the opportunities that people can access. So yeah, I'm sorry to further complicate the scenario, but in truth, there are hugely complicated dimensions to this, and it would really help on all sides of this picture if we could really get into some of the nuance, because I think that ultimately will help us to deliver better policy responses.
Thank you, Heaven. And we never anticipated that this would be an easy and straightforward discussion. It's a very complicated and many-faceted issue. Michael, I know that you have to leave us early today, but I just wonder if you'd like to respond to that. And are there any, maybe talk about some of the positives that you've seen in the work that you've been doing with USAID in the communities that you're working in. I mean, is there an upside to this? What are the upsides that you're seeing?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, it's really important to understand the migratory context in Northern Central America. These are countries that are beset with citizen security issues, with high levels of corruption. They are just, hit by the impacts of climate change, be them hurricanes, drought, et cetera. So there are a lot of reasons why these people, want to leave these countries and migrate irregularly. They don't have the opportunity to. Some do have the opportunity to leave the country and primarily go to the U.S. with an actual visa, live there, reunite with their families. That said, the vast majority do not. So, it has been evidenced month after month over the past, generations that these people are going to travel north, regardless. So what we're just trying to do, instead of the hundreds of thousands of citizens that have traveled north irregularly, we're just trying to open up these small opportunities small opportunities for them to migrate regularly and seasonally, so that they're able to return year after year, and then again bring back the benefits. I've lived in El Salvador, and it was obvious. It was a very impoverished community, and the only houses with roofs, the only houses with concrete floors, were those that had a relative in the U.S. And 100% of those relatives were undocumented in the U.S. Sending remittances back. Some had been there for years, some decades, but they, their children, their grandchildren, all pretty much understood that they were not going to come back. Their wives were left, or their husbands were left, and they understood that they had already started new lives in, New Jersey and Texas, wherever they ended up. And so this is kind of a counter to that they can return year after year, and with the assistance of USAID and their own governments, again, try to direct these into areas that really need it. The dry corridor of Honduras and Guatemala, which, are hit by these impacts of climate change, these indigenous communities as well that have lacked economic opportunities for, forever. And, directing that change for the maximum benefit of these communities, is a way that with just the small investment from USAID that, these relationships once established between the employers abroad and not just the individual workers, the communities that they come from, so that it can grow year after year and, establish a precedent that, yes, it's good to go abroad, but do it in a regular way. And then you can bring back, yourselves, your skill, your knowledge, your incomes, and just, so we're just trying to find a way to channel that obviously, the demand to migrate is there, and there's nothing, the push and the pull factors. Sorry. There's some static here, but the push and the pull factors are, something that USAID is never going to overcome, and no government to overcome. So we're just trying to, do what we can with what we have.
Thank you very much, Michael. And I think that something that we were talking about earlier was around political disenfranchisement of migrant workers working abroad. The fact that whole economies, the economy of Nepal, is founded on the wages of migrant workers, and many other countries as well, with migrant workers adding significant amounts of money to their economies back home through remittances. And yet, ironically, these migrant workers, the ones who are earning this capital, this GDP for their countries of origin, are effectively disenfranchised because they're unable to vote abroad. And William, I just wonder if you've got any sort of thoughts on how that might be addressed.
Yeah, look, we've been advocating for rights of migrant workers even when they go abroad to be able to participate, because like we said, you just heard that the push and pull factors kind of things. So if migrants leave, and many leave because of poverty, then how do they participate in bringing change kind of thing back home? But it gets very complicated. You take Nepal, for example, and that's why I like what Evan says as well. I think you've got to really get down to context and look at what is the dynamic within that context that can lead to transformative change. I'll give you this example with this question of Nepal. In Nepal, for example, the politics is of an elite class that is there. Nepal is, even though constitutionally and it says that the caste system is no longer in existence, a lot of the migrant workers who do migrate are from the Terai region kind of thing and of low caste. Why would they be given the chance to participate in political change in the country? You know? So how do you change that? You know, how do you change that? Sri Lanka, which is a country that was torn by war for so many years between the Tamil and the Sinhala kind of communities, a large part of the Tamil community being overseas and working overseas, that would love to maybe come back home, maybe. But then why would you change that political dynamic in that country? India, big country like India as well, where there was a study that was made to say technology-wise, it is easy to do, to give workers the right to vote even if they are overseas. But why change that? Why change the political structure of a country when the poor who have to survive have left the country? Why would you give them power over the political elite that is existing in the country? So these are a lot of kind of dynamics within the country that you've got to kind of get down to kind of thing. Then in countries of origin as well, take freedom of association. Which country actually allows, in the true sense, freedom of association? Now, with so much of pressure, you say yes to freedom of association, trade unions for migrant workers. But there are still labor unions that have constitutions that say that migrants cannot be part of the leadership of the trade union. So what's the point if you can't be part of the leadership of the trade union? You know, it's just for the fees paying, dues paying kind of trade union. So you look at that powerlessness all along that line, and that's why it's not only about voting rights, it's about how we visualize, how we realize what empowerment means for migrant workers. And of course, I fully agree with having to say that you can't generalize it. There are so many intersectionalities involved in this. And then, of course, there is the gender dimension of it as well. You know, so when you start unpacking it, there's so much to unpack to understand what transformation would look like in this context. You know.
So very clearly, not just economic, but as Heaven said, it's about the inequitability of the starting position, the inequity of the starting position that prevents real sort of change. I'm going to now turn to our question moderator and ask Bonnie, have we had any good questions coming in from our online and in-person audience?
Yes, definitely. Hi, everyone. We need to do this. I need to be the Grand Central Station for question monitoring because we're actually tracking questions in real time from 3 different sources. You in the room, online, live streaming, and also with our online participants. So please help us by writing them out, and we will do the best we can to get as many questions in as possible. We also need to do a hard stop. So I'll just give you the first bunch of 3, and you can see, and then if we have time, we can go to the next 3. So the first one is on the cycle and social cost of labor migration. I think this was in large part in response to Heaven's point when she raised that we shouldn't only just look at numbers, but look at the social cost. And this is in response to Neil's point about how much do you love your kids to leave them for 3 years as you embark on a job abroad. We have another question that William also spoke about briefly. What is this future of AI, in recruitment? It's certainly a very topical issue right now in the news. And the third question is asking about how can we better design labor agreements so that seasonal hiring can be improved, particularly in countries of destination. What kind of commitments and how can we design these commitments so that there can be resources devoted to upskilling the migrant workers in the country of origin. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Bonnie. Heaven, perhaps you'd like to come in with the first of those. How do you see this?
I'll take a couple of the questions if I may. On the psychological and social costs of migration, I mean, there are also benefits, and I'm not trying to sort of say that it's all bad. We have to really beware of, well, we've got a fine line to tread, right, between the migrant as victim and the migrant as hero. And it's somewhere, in all honesty, between the two, and it often is both at the same time. So, I mean, I think the psychological and social costs of migration are greatly increased where people firstly have to move irregularly and remain in a regular position in the places that they move to. And secondly, where there are negative migration narratives that politicize the lives of migrants and can lead to racism, xenophobia, and real consequences, both in the country where people move to, but also in the consequences where people move from. There can be stigma, for example, for migrant children who have there's a kind of an abandonment narrative. And of course, migration is part of a household strategy. Parents do not abandon their children, but they understand that there are costs and consequences. So I think this issue of narratives needs to be addressed, and I think safe and legal routes would reduce the social and psychological costs, because it more of a kind of supportive, the apparatus for a more supportive response to migrants and their families. On seasonal or circular migration, and Michael also talked about this, one of the problems we have is this mismatch that Rebecca highlighted in the beginning of today between the needs of labour markets all over the world and the ability of people to move to be able to fulfill them in some way. People are being trapped, essentially, because people's propensity towards circular migration, towards being able to return home and then move again and then come back, which happens at a local and a national level, but also potentially happen internationally, is being stopped because people are not prepared to open up safe and legal routes. So we come back partly to that. So it's about recognizing that actually 96.4% of the world's population doesn't move. The vast majority stay within their countries of origin. And those that do move, if they could, would often prefer to return or to be able to return and go back. So part of it is a shift into understanding what migration is about and the motivating factors that underpin it. And also recognizing that it's not only the poor that move. In fact, the least poor don't move. They can't move. They don't have the social or financial capital to do so. So it's often the people who are more educated, or at least have some education, and who have a kind of aspiration to do better in the world. All of these things we could be dealing with much better to everybody's benefit. But because we're locked often in a negative migration narrative, at least as far as some of the poorest in the world are concerned, I mean, I don't mean the absolute poorest, I mean the relative poorest, because many other people can move, then I think we're going to have a bit of a struggle. I'll leave William to deal with the AI question, but I do think it's a real threat on the horizon potentially, because it takes, as has been alluded to already, people out of any kind of formal structures whatsoever. But I'll hand over to William for the proper response.
William, before you astound us all with your technological know-how, perhaps you might like to also consider the other part of one of the questions, which was about what would your solution be for this to address some of this temporary labour migration that we're starting to see. I mean, you talked about Nepal earlier, and where workers are being recruited on 20-week contracts. How can the economics of that ever possibly work for a worker to go from Nepal to Great Britain to work on a farm, possibly on low hours, not guaranteed enough hours to pay for that recruitment? And that's with the worker paying the recruitment, let alone with the farm paying the recruitment.
Look, I think if we were looking for migration to be a transformative experience for all, and I'm going away from the win-win-win kind of solution kind of thing, but really to look at transformative solution for all. MFA started in the 1990s by looking at first reintegration. And we needed to look at reintegration only because within the entire Asia region, the model that we have was of labor migration. Not like in other parts of the world where you have immigration tied to movement. In our part of the world, with the bulk of migrants going to the Gulf countries, we have been conditioned to look at labor mobility in terms of labor migration. And so MFA started with a program called in the 1990s by MFA started with thinking of 6 visionary women who thought of putting Migrant Forum Asia together and looked at a reintegration program for domestic workers at that time from Hong Kong. And the program was called Migrants Savings for Alternative Investments. And it was alternative because it had to move away from the models that we have of consumption and to look at something more sustainable as an investment program at the community level that migrants could be part of. That was the way MFA looked at reintegration in the early 1990s. I don't think today within migration discourse we look at reintegration in the way we need to look at it as partners. Countries of destination have nothing to do with reintegration. At least that is what they think. But if countries of destination started also looking at what reintegration means in a transformative perspective, maybe we might have a way of looking at labor migration from a more holistic and human-centered approach. The other thing we are only beginning to look at, and my fear is we might be going in the wrong direction, is access to justice. And I think if we started focusing on access to justice as what I'm saying I'm worried about is that more and more it's looking like a private sector initiative. But working with migrants, our experience is that the first recourse is to government, whether it is a mission, the country of the embassy, or getting in touch with a family member back home to inform them that the recruiter cheated me, make a complaint to the Ministry of Labor. So to get this access to justice right, I think would be that missing kind of portion of the empowering dynamic. Once migrants know that there is this possibility, I think we would see there could be some changes within this. So I think there are 2 dimensions we are only beginning to start looking at now. One is access to justice, which is for now taking more, and we've seen this in the wage theft campaign, it's taking more private sector lane kind of thing. The governments have still not come fully on board kind of thing. So there needs to be more of that. And the whole question of participation of countries of destination in reintegration, particularly as more and more the programs are becoming short-term, like seasonal worker programs and things like that is on the rise, and single-person migration and not family migration and things like that. So I think reintegration would be something to look at. As far as AI is concerned, I have 0 knowledge on this. But I would say this, migrants trust so much that face-to-face thing. I've seen the growth of apps like crazy. Every company wants to put out an app. Every donor wants to come to us and says, what do you think about this app? And so it's like apps was the thing, and now it's AI. And we've got to be very careful. Because we know when we started the migrant recruitment advisory some years ago, at the end of the day, it was offline. Migrants wanted to talk to somebody. They don't want to fill up and form on an app and things like that. So I know that's a very dangerous, I don't know, maybe in time, maybe like,
I think that we've seen this, and who remembers blockchain? 3 years ago, we were all talking about blockchain. That was going to solve everything.
Exactly.
So we see this across the board, and I think that these things, all of these technological solutions get proposed, are simply ways that encourage people to stand out and lean out from the discussion when they should be leaning in. I think that that's the point that you're making. Thank you very much, Heaven, Michael, who's left us. Heaven, thank you very much for joining. Please go back to enjoying Italy.
Thank you for the invitation, and I hope you have a great event.
Thank you very much, and thank you, William Good. Thank you all.
And Pete Molly, thanks very much to you and Jake. Good luck with the next session.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. We've been having a great day so far. I just want to say thank you to the IHRB and to AIM Progress for hosting this forum. And today we're going to be focusing on the starting point. As you all know, we've been talking about migrant workers today. We've been talking about the ecosystem that exists or lack thereof and the need to create one. But one of the most important aspects when it comes to international recruitment, when it comes to migrant workforces, is where do workers come from? A lot of the times the recruitment industry remains in the shadows. We don't know how workers are able to arrive to the country of destination. And I'm really excited to join our panelists today to really dive and jump into what we're calling the starting point, supporting migrant workers, understanding the experience of recruitment. And in this session, we're going to be examining how to support migrant workers. What is being done? How do we create a journey of awareness, capacity building, strengthening recruitment policies? And we're going to be looking at practical solutions that have been implemented, hearing from worker representatives as well as organizations that have been combating these issues for a long time, and knowing that, just like William was saying, transformational change takes time. And how do we really start to bring into focus the folks that are impacted, right? Those are the migrant workers. How do we really start to put them in a position, in a place that they're heard, and we're able to gather that information and be able to influence not just policies, but models and the reality that exists for migration today. So I want to just thank everyone for attending today, and I want us to go ahead and get started. And I know that there's profiles online, so I'm going to jump a little bit on the introductions, and let's just go ahead and dive a little bit into folks. Do we have Maritza here with us? Maritza, can you hear us?
Good morning.
All right, good morning. So Maritza here is actually a worker representative who herself has migrated in the past. I'm really excited to be able to have her experience and voice here today. I think many of the times we have these forums, folks get together, and the one thing that's missing are the actual individuals that go through this experience. So we're going to go ahead and get started with Maritza. And Maritza, if you could do us the favor and share with us, what is the reality of the recruitment experience for migrant workers? And if you could share with us, what is it that you know to be recruitment? Oh, okay. So just so everyone knows it's being translated and then will be said in English.
Good morning and thanks for the space. I'm about to do my introduction right now. My name is Maritza, and I'm from Veracruz, Mexico. I had my H-2A visa in 2018, and I went to work to Alabama. I worked in the field on the crops of I forgot the name right now, I'm sorry, cucumber and also pumpkins.
Great.
On March of 2021, I filed a complaint under the Free Trade Agreement on Chapter 23 on the basis of discrimination because of gender.
Pues fue cuando decidí irme a trabajar a los Estados Unidos en el año del 2016, ya que en mi país sí hay trabajo, pero con salarios mal remunerados.
Well, my experience, I decided to migrate to the United States in 2016 because I wanted to find a better remunerated work.
Esperaba que me fuera muy bien. Tuve el sueño americano de construir una mejor calidad de vida, aunque sabía que sería un trabajo 10 veces más pesado que cualquier otro trabajo en mi país.
I was hoping to do well. I had the American dream of getting good conditions for labor, even though I did know that it was going to be 10 times harder than the conditions that I had back home.
Pero esto no me detuvo para viajar en búsqueda de este sueño. Yo pasé por...
This did not stop me in order to find and follow my dream.
Yo pasé por 4 filtros para llegar a trabajar al rancho en Alabama y en Florida. Pagué por mi visa de trabajo más de 23,000 pesos mexicanos.
I went through 4 filters or vetting processes in order to get the job at Florida and Alabama. I paid around 23,000 pesos to get my visa.
Durante el proceso de reclutamiento, una de las personas intermediarias o contratistas me pidió fotos. Esto a mí me dio miedo.
During the recruitment process, I was asked by somebody who was doing all the paperwork to send some pictures of myself, and that really scared me a little bit.
Porque aunque parecía que era un requisito normal, me sentía extraña teniendo que retratarme para ellos. Me pidieron fotos de cuerpo completo.
Even though it seemed like a regular request, it seems strange that they wanted to see my pictures, and they asked for pictures that were showing my complete body.
En ese entonces, durante el proceso de reclutamiento, me dijeron que estas fotos eran para ver el físico y saber si era gorda o delgada, y saber de qué color era mi piel.
Back then, during the process, they told me that the pictures were needed to be able to see my complexion, what was the color of my skin, if I was thin or fat.
Ahora sé que esto fue una acción absolutamente discriminatoria.
Now I know it was a completely discriminatory action.
Ya estando en los Estados Unidos, el trabajo era extremadamente pesado. Trabajamos desde antes de que saliera el sol hasta muy tarde, en ocasiones hasta después de las 10 de la noche, de lunes a domingo, con muy pocos descansos.
Being in the US, we would work right before the sun was up until maybe 10 p.m., even on the weekends from Monday to Sunday.
Recuerdo muy bien que el mismo día en que llegamos de México al hotel en donde nos hospedaron para el contrato, uno de los contratistas
I remember well when we arrived at the hotel, one of the contractors
nos dijo, bajen las maletas y suban al camión.
they told us, so get your luggage and get onto the truck.
De ahí nos llevaron a comenzar a trabajar sin tener oportunidad de descansar del viaje.
From then on, they took us directly to work without allowing us any time to rest after the trip.
Que habían sido más de 20 horas de camino.
And it had been over 20 hours of being on the trip, on the journey.
Sí, el trabajo fue como me lo habían descrito. Era un trabajo 10 veces más pesado.
Yes, and work was as it was described to me. It was 10 times harder than I would have expected.
Pero sin el salario prometido y un contrato que jamás se cumplió.
And without the salary that they had promised, nor a contract that never was enforced.
La mayoría de las veces nos pagaron por destajo, cuando el contrato decía que era por hora.
And the majority of time, they would pay us not by the hour, but by labor, and the contract said the opposite.
Sin siquiera recibir el salario mínimo de Alabama o de Florida.
Without being paid the minimum wage that was the official one at Alabama or Florida.
Los salarios llegaron a ser de menos de $100 por semana, de lunes a domingo.
The salaries ended up being less than $100 per week, working from Monday to Sunday.
Además, había que descontar la comida que nos vendía el mismo contratista, comida a la que no podía renunciar aunque quisiera.
And we also needed to discount from the payment the food that was being provided to us by the contractor. And I was not able to refuse it even though I wanted to.
Estábamos obligados a comprar solo la comida que esa persona nos vendía, una comida que no era digna, por la cual pagábamos más de $90 por semana.
We were obliged to purchase the food that was not a dignified meal from the contractor, and they would charge us about $90 per week for providing that food to us.
No tuvimos equipo de trabajo adecuado, tampoco tiempo de descanso.
We didn't have the appropriate equipment to carry out our work, and we didn't have free time either.
Viví una situación de abuso, acoso y discriminación constante.
I underwent an abusive and bullied situation on a constant basis.
Llena de amenazas, pues el contratista nos decía que tenía contactos en el departamento del trabajo y con la migra.
And it was full of threats because the contractor would tell us that they had connections with the Department of Labor and migration officers.
También nos amenazó diciendo reiteradamente que tenía nuestras direcciones en México y temíamos por nuestras familias.
They also threatened us by telling us that they had our addresses in Mexico and that otherwise our families will suffer.
Incluso nos amenazaron diciendo que nos podían desaparecer si decidíamos hablar sobre las malas condiciones laborales.
They even threatened us on disappearing us if we were to denounce of all the conditions that we were carrying out our labor.
Huir de esta situación es mucho más difícil de lo que pueden imaginar. Solo las personas que lo vivimos en carne propia conocemos todo el miedo y las razones.
To run away from this, it is much more difficult than you can imagine. We are the only ones who know what we had to endure.
Otro factor importante para el reclutamiento son las deudas que adquirimos en nuestro país para pagar una visa temporal.
Another important factor for recruitment are all the indebtedness that we had to go into to be able to pay for our visas in order to migrate for temporary work.
Esas deudas influyen muchísimo al momento de decidir denunciar o no, pues en lo personal tenía que pagar más de 23,000 pesos que me costó conseguir una visa de trabajo.
And that debt influences the situation when you're trying to decide whether to file a complaint or run away or not, because in my case, I owed 23,000 pesos to get my visa.
Me decidí a levantar la voz porque me harté de tanto abuso, porque a pesar de que fui a renunciar a mi contrato, aún sabiendo que tenía deudas en México,
I decided to raise my voice because I had it up. It was enough with all of the abuse that I was going to. And even though I thought of presenting that I was not going to work anymore, even though I had the debt in Mexico,
tendría que regresar como llegué, sin dinero, pues el contratista no me aceptó la renuncia.
I would have to come back as I arrived without any money because the contractor didn't want to receive my notice that I was leaving the work.
Él me respondió con un rotundo no, no puedes renunciar o irte.
He responded with a full stop, no, you cannot leave. You're not going to leave.
En ese momento supe que estaba secuestrada con ellos y que era real lo que el contratista nos dijo.
At that moment, I knew I was being held hostage or being sequestered with them, and that everything that they had told us, the contractor, everything that they had told us was true.
Cuando comenzamos el trabajo, dijo, desde este momento soy su patrón y su dueño, el dueño de sus vidas.
When we started working again, he said, from now on, I am your employer and your owner, the owner of your lives.
Al principio, mis denuncias no fueron escuchadas. Mi caso se quedó en número de folio.
At the beginning, my complaints were not heard. My case was only a file number.
Después, envié un correo electrónico al Departamento de Trabajo para pedir ayuda.
Afterwards, I sent an email to the Labor Department asking for help.
Pero me contestaron meses después.
And they answered months later.
Los únicos que me escucharon y atendieron mi caso fue servicios legales.
The only ones who heard me and took notice of my case were legal services.
Y luego a través de ellos llegué al Centro de los Derechos del Migrante en México.
And then through them is that I was able to reach the Center for the Rights of Migrants in Mexico.
Quise tomar acción a través de la queja bajo el TEMEC porque considero que es muy importante avanzar en la protección de los derechos laborales de las personas migrantes.
I wanted to take action through the TEMEC process because I think it is very important to respect and to hold up the rights of the migrants.
Y que realmente se atienda el problema de la discriminación hacia nosotras por las condiciones laborales tan desfavorables.
And to really address the issue of discrimination against us because of the poor labor conditions that we had to endure.
En donde a los hombres se les llegó a pagar más que a nosotras, aunque hiciéramos el mismo trabajo.
Where men received the higher payment compared to us women, even though we were doing the same work.
Hoy espero que el gobierno de Estados Unidos atienda de manera urgente y prioritaria las demandas de las y los trabajadores migrantes.
I hope that the U.S. government pays attention with a priority approach about the complaints from all the migrant workers.
Ya que cuando todo está en equilibrio, ganamos todos.
Because when everything is balanced, everybody's going to win.
Mientras se cumplan a plenitud los derechos de las trabajadoras y los trabajadores migrantes, sin olvidar la condición humana donde todos merecemos una vida digna.
While the rights of workers are being respected and held up to, and this is a part of the human rights as well, that we have the right to have access to a dignified life.
Pues actualmente la realidad es que no se vigila a las personas responsables de quebrantar nuestros derechos, contratistas o empleadores.
Currently the reality is that these people are not held accountable, the contractors or the employers.
El gobierno debe estar alerta y atender estas situaciones. Por eso considero que vale la pena seguir trabajando en cambiar las políticas para que algo bueno, fuerte y definitivo.
The government should pay attention to be able to see that the rights are being respected so that we can have something strong and definitive.
Asegure el pleno ejercicio de nuestros derechos laborales.
To assure the full exercise of our labor rights.
Y solo por mencionar algunos puntos importantes que escribí.
And just to mention some important points that I have written.
Debe haber acción afirmativa para que se contrate al mismo número de mujeres y de hombres.
There should be an affirmative action so that the same number of men who are being employed is going to be for the women as well.
Eliminar cuotas de reclutamiento. asegurarse de que los reclutadores no cobren y que los empleadores reembolsen todos los gastos relevantes.
To eliminate the quotas that they have and to be able to see that the contractors are not being paid, and also the reimbursement needs to be better surveilled.
El Departamento del Trabajo debe colaborar con organizaciones como CDM.
The Department of Labor should cooperate with organizations such as CDM
para dar capacitaciones sobre derechos e información sobre a quién acudir para asesoría.
To train on matters of advisory and to whom to go to if there's any issue.
Antes de que se vayan las personas a Estados Unidos.
Before people leave to the United States.
Y hacer entrevistas cuando regresan a sus comunidades.
And to conduct interviews when they return to their communities.
Para preguntarles sobre las condiciones de reclutamiento en sus lugares de trabajo.
To ask them about the recruitment conditions when they were carrying out their work.
El Departamento de Trabajo creo que debe proteger a las personas que participan en esas entrevistas de represalias y amenazas.
The Department of Labor, I think, should be present in trying to see that these people are being respected so that they are not going to retaliate against them in the future.
El consulado debe entrevistar a todas las personas que se van con visa de trabajo a Estados Unidos.
The consulate must also interview all the people who are coming to the United States with a labor visa.
Y si contestan que sí pagaron cuotas o enfrentaron otro abuso en el reclutamiento.
And if they say that they have paid installments or that they found other issues while in the recruitment processes.
Aún así, autorizarles las visas y no castigarlas.
Even so, provide the visa and not punish them for doing so.
Los gobiernos de México y Estados Unidos deben tener un registro actualizado.
The governments of Mexico and the United States must have an updated record
para la rendición de cuentas de reclutadores y empleadores que incluya su nombre completo y dirección.
To be able to exercise accountability from contractors and employers with their updated contact information.
Y no deben reclutar si hay quejas en su contra.
And they should not recruit if they find that they have any complaints against them.
Y si constantemente hay personal nuevo.
And if on a constant basis they see that they have a high turnover or new staff
en sus contratos.
In their contracts.
El Departamento de Trabajo debe hacer visitas frecuentes y sorpresas a los lugares de trabajo en Estados Unidos.
The Labor Department must carry out frequent and surprise visits to the labor centers.
Y elegir a qué personas entrevistar en lugar de que el reclutador o patrón lo haga.
And they are the ones who should select who they are going to interview instead of allowing the contractor or the employer to select who is the person that will provide the interview.
Urge que el gobierno atienda las solicitudes de acción diferida o alivio migratorio.
It is urgent that the government looks at migratory relief or delayed actions.
Para evitar que las personas trabajadoras corran riesgo al levantar su voz.
To avoid that the workers are going to be at risk for raising their voices.
Hoy agradezco su atención y escucha sobre lo que viví.
I thank you for listening and paying attention to hearing out what I had to say about the things that I had to endure.
Con la plena confianza de que se actuará inmediatamente.
With full confidence that you will act immediately,
tomando en consideración mis propuestas para el bienestar y beneficio de todos,
taking into consideration my proposals for the well-being of everyone.
a las personas migrantes, trabajadoras les digo,
To the migrant people and the migrant workers, I say,
recuerden que el abusador dura hasta que los que callamos
remember that the abuser will go to the extent that
y permitimos, denunciamos los hechos.
those who remain silent allow for these things to continue to happen.
Aunque con miedo y necesidad, alcemos nuestras voces.
Even though we are in fear and we are in need, let's raise our voices
Para dejar de soportar la injusticia y los abusos constantes hacia nuestros derechos laborales.
to stop enduring injustice and overall abuse against our labor rights.
Gracias. Por su
Thank you.
atención.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Once again, I really appreciate Maritza sharing her story with us and the reality that a lot of the folks who decide to come forward have to share the trauma that they've experienced and that re-victimization that has to continue to exist even in this forum to make sure that folks understand what's going on. Recognizing that the reality for so many migrant workers is plagued with indentured servitude, with debt peonage, trafficking, with the issues of not being able to use your voice, not knowing where you can go. Just like William mentioned in the previous panel, right? One of the biggest issues is justice for workers, recognizing that it took months for Maritza to receive a response from the Department of Labor, and then out, is there enough enforcement at the government and federal level for these policies that exist? Right? And so when we start to look at it, we start to see a fractured ecosystem that exists for the migrant worker. And this is at the starting point that doesn't have any oversight many times because jurisdictions end at our border. So once again, we're starting to get a glimpse, and I'm really excited to jump into to hear more from Maritza, as well as let's go ahead and start off with Rachel, who's going to share a little bit about her organization. What are the practical issues that they're trying to tackle? How are they doing that? So please, Rachel, thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Excuse me, and thank you, Maritza. I realize now that I can see Maritza in front of me, so I can face forward, but it's good to see you. So for 18 years now, CDM has been partnering directly with migrant workers to build worker power and advance justice. We have a team of legal advocates, one of whom is here with us today, Christina, educators, organizers, who work across the US and Mexico to really push for meaningful change in 3 key ways. So the first thing that we do is we organize with migrant communities. We inform workers of their rights and resources available to them, and we equip workers with the skills they need to become community advocates and movement leaders. Second, we advocate for fair labor migration policies, joining forces with unions, policymakers, academics, and organizations to actively campaign for workers' rights and challenge unfair practices. And finally, we represent workers in complaints to government agencies and in high-impact litigation, recovering earnings and damages and establishing important legal precedents to strengthen protections for workers. Ultimately, what we're working towards is a world where workers' rights are respected and policies reflect their voices and experiences. Because like Maritza said, we at CDM all believe that workers deserve or have a right to dignity, safety, equal treatment, and a fair wage. We also believe that workers' voices and experiences need to be at the center of any system, policy, or process that impacts them. And so at CDM, we're guided by our 100+ member Comité de Defensa de Migrante, or Migrant Defense Committee. This group of migrant leaders helps shape our strategy as an organization and helps define our priorities. Together with workers like Maritza, workers in our Migrant Defense Committee, and our allies in Migration That Works, we envision an alternative model to labor migration, a model that shifts controls to workers, elevates labor standards, and ensures a pathway to citizenship for those who want it. There's a lot that needs to be done, but a lot that can be done. And when it comes to working and protecting workers' rights throughout the recruitment process. So I'm really looking forward to getting into it throughout the next 2 days.
That's right. No, thank you so much, Rachel. And just as Rachel mentioned, right, there's just a lot of work that needs to be done. And so it takes organizations, advocacy organizations, recruitment organizations, federal organizations to come together. And how do we bridge that? How do we create where we're communicating with one another beyond our borders to really create that oversight? But in speaking to that and international representation, I'm excited to have Noor with us here from the International Labor Organization that can share some points as well.
Thank you very much, Joe, and thank you very much for having us on this in this forum, for the invitation. Very pleased to share with Rachel. Maritza, muchas gracias por compartir tu historia con nosotros, to be with you and to learn a bit more about as well what's going on in this complex world of migration and fair recruitment. So we are, just briefly maybe, the International Labor Organization, which you may all well know or maybe not so well. We are a UN agency. We are a bit different than other UN agencies because we are a tripartite agency, which means that we work with workers' organizations, employers' organizations, and with governments, always trying to reach between these three constituents, as we call them, consensus on how to protect labor rights for workers and for migrant workers included in this whole category of workers. So we work for all workers, including migrant workers. We're a normative institution, as you may know, a normative agency. So we set labor standards, and that's why we're very pleased that everyone basically who's been talking today, or many of you have mentioned labor rights really as the key. And Maritza has been saying it several times as well. She's mentioned many labor rights that have been violated, like in this whole journey that she's gone through. And we share with Rachel and everyone else who has talked that there's progress, but there's challenges as well ahead still. So I don't know if you want me to go into that, Joe, or keep it there and a bit talk. Yeah, just go a bit into that because I think it's really difficult to talk after someone like Maritza because she's been basically telling the story and mentioning everything that I think William, Heaven, other speakers have been mentioning already. Because Maritza's been talking about this complexity in terms of, you were mentioning it, Joe, of all these different actors that are have a role, right? And when we talk about fair recruitment, we've been talking about the state that needs to be talking about pre-departure, for example, information, that information has to be accessible, that it has to be in a language that we all understand, that it has to be transparent, that this goes for contracts as well, and that has not been happening in this case. We're talking about oversight, you were saying inspection, for example, not just in the countries of origin, but also in the countries of destination. We've talked about the employment agency, the recruiters, which every country has different rules and procedures and laws about how they should operate. A recent study that we did that I would like to mention in 4 countries, in El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Mexico, that we just launched a few weeks ago, on the gaps and progress on the application of the fair recruitment, the ILO fair recruitment principles, which are 13 principles on how to respect and to protect labor rights for national workers. But today we're talking specifically about migrant workers, so I'll focus on that. And it also found that the most regulations for recruiters are outdated. So that it's not only a problem to know like what's a recruiter that I can rely on, where is it registered? Maritza was talking about registries and all that kind of thing. So that's another actor where there's a lot of complexity and where we need to update regulations, and ILO, we're working hard on that, for example, in countries like Honduras and Mexico. Then there's the employers, who have a role as well, and who are very interested, obviously, in getting workers to fill those needs of the labor markets that were already mentioned by everyone, but often also don't have the knowledge or the interest maybe, or have access to information about what fair recruitment is all about. What can I charge? What are recruitment fees? What are costs? Or maybe they do know and they don't apply it. And then obviously the fourth important, and that's why we're talking about in this particular segment, is the workers themselves, right? Who can be, who need a voice, you were saying that, who need to, and Maritza's getting this voice today, and I hope many more get that, and through centers like Rachel's as well. but who have challenges obviously as well, again, about information, access to justice, very mentioned by William as well, which is for the ILO very important, grievance mechanisms to know where to go when your rights are violated. We also find that states, going back to this first important actor in this whole equation, often don't have that information, so they can't really prepare workers about, you were mentioning a minimum salary in a particular state in the United States, so they don't have access to that information, so they can't inform the worker correctly before they leave and go and participate in these kind of schemes. To know what's going on. I heard about occupational safety and health as well, a fundamental labor right, which was also is part and very important part of this situation. So I'm hearing all these things that we found and that we all know, but that we've sort of tried to systematize in one particular study that we can share with you lately. And that has to do with this coordination between all these actors, as you were saying, that have a role, and where there's progress, but there's still a lot to improve. And maybe to finalize my intervention here, Joe, and go to the next question. We also think as ILO that it's very important to understand that temporary labor migration is in itself a very complex concept. Again, I invite you to read another document that came out last year discussed by these three constituents about the different types of schemes, programs, unilateral, bilateral, regional, seasonal, temporary, circular. There's really no consensus about what does temporary labor migration mean, and I think that in itself, the complexity of understanding what it is very well reflected in everything that we're discussing today about the complexity of each phase of the recruitment and phase and the risks and opportunities as well that are involved.
Thank you, Noor. Yeah, and as you all heard, right, once again, the session's focused on the starting point. And how can anyone get started when you're starting with a disadvantage? When you don't know your rights, you don't know where you're going, you don't have access to a network of folks that can support you, and ultimately it takes an extreme amount of courage that Maritza's shown to be able to denounce this. And to remain focused on denouncing your issues, knowing that it's going to be a long journey ahead, one that continues even today. And so that brings me into our second question, which is when we start to focus on policies. I mean, obviously we know policies exist. There's a lack of enforcement on these policies, whether it be the country of destination or the country of origin. And so my question to our panelists is, do we need to continue to focus on policies? Is that the way forward here? Or how do we envision, or how do we ensure compliance, bringing migrant workers to the focus and ensuring that they can lead us to really be able to denounce the issues such that Marisa has shared today?
Well, thanks for the question, Joe. And I just want to return to the last question just for a second in terms of practical solutions, and especially because of something that William and Neil were talking about with respect to technology. You know, for CDM, we do a lot of our pre-departure Know Your Rights education in person, in communities of origin, with our Migrant Defense Committee and with other migrant worker leaders. But what we found is that there are patterns and bad actors that move geographies. And tech tools, when done right, when co-designed with workers, can have huge impact. And so we're really proud of the work we've done innovating with technology with contratados.org, which essentially allows workers to share information across geographies, avoid fraud, take action, learn about their rights. And Contratados reaches more than 2,000 unique users every day who are accessing information about their rights and what they can do to defend them. And so I think it's also really important, especially in a world where we don't have transparency, we don't have the registry, our governments aren't regulating the recruitment process in the way that they need to be. And so, workers are coming together and pulling their information and resources and using tech tools to be able to protect themselves throughout their experience and make more informed decisions about migration and work. And so Contratados is one, El Portal Migrante, and then we have another tool that I think is really important, which is Sol, which helps answer workers' questions in real time. And so we don't have the issues sort of that Maritza was talking about the long delays, organizations getting back to them. And, the guest worker programs in the United States have grown tremendously. When I started CDM, there were 50,000 H-2A workers. This year, more than 500,000, right? So 10 times the size. And we predict they're going to grow significantly larger in the next few years. And so we need to figure out how we're providing a base of support for workers throughout their experience. And while there's no substitute to in-person trainings and workshops and legal support, tech tools can help us expand our reach and have done that. So sorry to go back to that, but
I think that's a great point, Rachel, and I think it is important just for folks to know the H-2A visa, right, that Maritza's talking about when originally has been growing from 14 to 24% year after year. And Maritza also has a point to share here. Maritza, please.
Bueno, en relación a lo que hablan de tecnología, quiero
Well, with
comentar.
regards to what you're saying about technology, I would like to comment.
Pienso que la tecnología puede ayudar en parte, pero por sí sola no resuelve todo.
I think technology can help in part, but in itself is not going to resolve everything.
Para que ese sueño americano no se convierta en una pesadilla, como en mi caso. Y en
So
muchos.
that American dream does not become a nightmare, such as it was my case and the case of many others.
Pienso que se puede aprovechar WhatsApp inmediatamente.
I think we can take advantage of WhatsApp immediately.
Para que todas las personas que tenemos un celular a nuestro alcance,
So that all of us who have a cell phone within reach,
hacer llegar nuestras quejas al gobierno desde esta aplicación.
can denounce and file our complaints to the government by the use of this application.
Veo el poder de la tecnología acercando información y pienso que el Departamento de Trabajo
I see the power of technology in closing in and making communication much more rapid. And I think that the Department of Labor
debe tener un sitio web seguro y público sobre las ofertas de trabajo actualizadas.
should have an updated, open public opportunities of work on their website.
Con el nombre de empleadores y contratistas en donde podamos enviar solicitudes de empleo.
With the name of the employers, recruiters, and contractors, so that we can send our information to be able to apply to that job.
Que sean con contestación y autorización para que como trabajadoras y trabajadores
That are authorized and with an answering approach, so that we as workers
podamos elegir e incluso cambiar de empleo si el contrato no se cumple o no satisface nuestras necesidades e intereses laborales.
can be able to select the one that we would like, and also to have the opportunity of changing jobs if they are not fulfilling our needs and the rights that we need to be respecting.
Asimismo, contar con algunas aplicaciones que permitan a las personas trabajadoras
Likewise, to have certain apps that allow for worker people
evaluar a contratistas y empleadores.
to do an assessment of contractors and employers
De manera segura sobre las condiciones de reclutamiento y de trabajo.
in a safe manner on the conditions of recruitment and labor.
Sería de manera segura y protegida también.
It
Para
would be
evitar-
in a safe and protected manner for us, yes.
Todo ello administrado por el gobierno para asegurar la rendición de cuentas de los empleadores y contratistas.
All of that managed by the government to assure accountability from the recruiters and employers.
Además de saber cuánto nos pagan, pues no entendemos el inglés hablado ni escrito, menos las abreviaturas.
Besides knowing what we're going to be paid, we do not understand spoken or written English, and we don't understand abbreviations or acronyms.
Que sea por lo menos en español, para que esas abreviaturas que vienen en los pagos las entendamos.
The information should be in Spanish, at least the one that comes on the paying slip, so that we can understand all of the abbreviations that it has.
Pues lo único que llegamos a entender cuando cobrábamos el cheque era que nos cobraban $10.
Because the only thing that we were able to understand every time that we were going to collect our check is that we were being charged $10.
Por ir a intercambiarlos.
We were being charged $10 to be able to collect our check.
Aparte de lo que pagamos, obviamente, porque así es, el costo por enviar dinero a México o a nuestro país.
Apart from the payment that, of course, it is the case, and it is how it has to be, the payment that we have to make to send money to our countries of origin or to our families.
Pues como pueden escuchar,
as you are able to hear,
es un negocio redondo para los contratistas el hecho de que nos cobren por el reclutamiento.
As you're able to hear, it is big business for the recruiters because they're charging us for the recruiting process.
Y en muchas ocasiones es fraude.
And oftentimes this is fraud.
Aparte de las cuotas de reclutamiento, pasar por el acoso, pagar también todavía para que se intercambie el cheque, pagar por una comida que no es digna.
Apart from the recruitment fee, the abuse, the bullying, and to pay for a food that we do not like and that is that dignified.
Y en muchas ocasiones hasta por los dormitorios, que son en muy malas condiciones, porque muchas veces es dormir hasta en el piso.
And to be able to collect our checks, and also oftentimes on the lodging conditions that sometimes we have to sleep on the floor.
Después de un día de trabajo, de antes de las 6 de la mañana, a veces hasta las 10:30 de la noche.
After a long day of work from before 6 a.m. up until maybe 10:30 at night.
Pues trabajar en el campo es duro.
To work the field is hard.
Pero aún así, estamos dispuestos a hacer el trabajo con tal de tener una vida de mejor calidad.
But even so, we are willing to do the work in order to have opportunities for a better life, a quality life.
Gracias. Espero les sirvan mis comentarios.
Thank you, and I hope that my comments are of use to you.
No, thank you, Maritza. As you can hear, right, I mean, these are just the conditions of forced labor, and how does one get out of that? And recognizing that there's still a monetary exchange that you then send to your families, costing you even more, right, that folks can't afford to lose. And it's that vulnerability that continues to be used and abused against workers, right? And a reason why many workers don't say anything, right? Knowing that that could even be a challenge for Maritza, saying, you're putting my job in jeopardy by saying something. So the pressure is not only from the employer, from these abuses, but the folks that you're also there with. So it's very complicated, as you all know. I know we don't have much time, but I do want to make sure Noor has some moments to share a little bit.
Yeah, I thought your question about do we need to continue strengthening policies, I was like sort of brainstorming about this with my colleague Francesco is here as well from the ILO, and we're thinking, yeah, what would the plan B be really, you know? We firmly think that policies need to be strengthened. Also thinking that having no policy would be everyone acting on its own, right? A policy obliges us to develop a coordinated and implement, that's where the challenge is many times, a coordinated approach between all these actors, everyone here in the room, everyone that we just mentioned. And it also, well, obviously related and ideally related to the international labor standards that we just, a normative framework that we just mentioned as well. And it's also important, we think, that that's one of the only ways that migrant workers like Maritza can actually claim their rights and demand state recruiters and everyone involved in these policies that they're not complying with what they promised to do or are obliged to do. So we do firmly think, answering your question, yes, that policies need to be strengthened tripartitely with employers, with workers, with the state and other actors, civil society obviously as well. And the voice of the migrant should obviously be involved there. And there may be two examples, and I'll leave to Rachel because I know we're short of time. We are supporting, and I want to mention this because I think it's important, it has come up various times, the importance of applications of technology, but also this, I think it was William who said this face-to-face, and you were saying it, Rachel, as well, this face-to-face, in-person advice and orientation that migrants can receive. We have many of the migrant workers resource centers in Asia. We have one now in Latin America as well, in Tijuana. It's run by a trade union, and we notice as well, and that's what migrant workers say when they go there and receive their services, orientation or legal advice or whatever they come from, they're specialized in labor issues, is that it's very comforting and it generates trust to be talking to another worker, to a trade union, in your language, with your information and all that. Maritza saying no, I think, but for us, the workers we've talked to have received this service that has been helpful. And also, obviously, all the technology that you know best, Maritza, you already mentioned, it cannot be the only solution, obviously. And the other practical solution I wanted to mention is with you, Cierto, Joe, with Cierto, is the work in indigenous communities and how to make sure that we know there's an impact on communities. It's already mentioned as well, these temporary labor schemes, but specifically for indigenous people who have their own culture, their own cosmovision, their collective approach, which is obviously often negatively influenced by recruiting in the manner that's been done traditionally or now. So that's something that we're very happy with as well, to sort of split the nuance was mentioned by various speakers as well, to see specific populations and their specific needs.
Right. No, thank you, Noor.
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're just great. I know it's a lot of challenges, very complex, right?
Yeah.
As we hear from Maritza, we hear from the organizations, the challenges remain, right? As someone who's tried to create an ethical, responsible recruitment model and been in the industry for over 15 years, it continues to be a challenge. It is not the norm. Workers are not educated on their rights. And how do we continue to shift that paradigm and be able to move that, knowing that we have to engage everyone within the supply chain, from worker advocacy organizations to federal governments to private business. Everyone has a role to play. How do we coalesce that together to really see change? And I'll just go ahead and just give one more minute for final comment. Oh, wait, we have a question?
No question. There's only a minute left in our session, and we have to come to a hard stop. But I just want to say that we received a lot of comments. Basically, people are thanking Maritza for your courage and for sharing your story with us. So thank you very much for that. And thank you, Joe, for your note about how each storytelling is a form of re-victimization. There's a cost to Maritza for always doing that. And it's not just a story to listen to, but it serves a greater purpose of bringing in a more fair version of recruitment. There have been a lot of questions on what does a worker-centric solution looks like, and I think we can address that better in the next channel. So right now, just thank you so much.
No, well, thank you, everyone. I apologize we don't have more time, and please feel free to reach out to my colleagues, and excited to continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's now a short break for a cup of coffee before reconvening in 20 minutes.
sure, hoping that my mic is on. There we go, brilliant. I'll give the last two people time to sit down. Welcome to our panelists, our in-person audience. So lovely to be in touch with each other again. Our online audience and the organizers who are holding this all together. I'm Lee Esterhazen, Chief Exec and founder of And Wider. We're a worker engagement provider and basically a human rights data provider. We do worker engagement in 47 countries and 12 sectors, so reaching and listening to migrant workers to identify exploitative practices and then to track improvements and when those practices start to get resolved is absolutely central to what we do. So it's a privilege to be part of this panel. I want to introduce you to our panelists, but I'm going to steal a leaf out of Joe Martinez's book from the previous panel, because Joe very kind of deftly said profiles are online on the platform. I'm going to almost do the same. I'd love to introduce each of the panelists briefly, but please, these three have got quite extraordinary backstories, so please dip into those profiles to read about them more. Wanted to say that right next to me, also in Navy, as Amy's just pointed out, is Amy Lohr. Amy's Assistant General Counsel for Human Rights and Sustainability at Mars. And essentially, her role is to develop policy and systems to help Mars meet legal requirements and to act consistently with international best practice. I then want to touch on Mark. This is Mark Taylor from the Isari Institute. Welcome. Mark's post for Isara is the Senior Director for Strategy and Global Partnerships. And in that role, essentially, he shapes the direction of Isara's business and human rights, ethical recruitment, and inclusive labor monitoring work. And thirdly, Amit Gerardo Reis. Welcome. Gerardo is a key leader of the Coalition of Immokalee Workers. And in that role, he essentially organizes national actions. He recruits retailers to join the Fair Food Program and is directly involved in conducting workers' rights education in the fields on farms participating in the program, and also receives complaints of abuses related to wage theft claims and assisting in the investigation of cases of modern-day slavery when they arise. So you can see that I have a panel that are quite well equipped to address the topic we have today. So to that point, the topic we have today, on this panel we've been tasked with discussing methods, tools, and experiences that can help our audience with two things. The one is to better listen to the voices of migrant workers and identify where recruitment and labor practices need urgent attention. And that builds rather beautifully on the previous panel. And secondly, to cover how we can better amplify migrant workers' voices in today's global supply chains. In the context of global supply chains, migrant workers are now, due to the casualization of labor, the pandemic and the impact of the recent economic downturn, both more central to the functioning of global supply chains and simultaneously more at risk when it comes to unethical practices. But on a positive side, thanks to a series of new laws, brands are now required in a growing number of geographies to assess, address, track, and remediate where necessary the exploitation of workers generally, including, of course, migrant workers that are a special cohort and frequently subjected to the more exploitative side of those practices. This means brands need to be better plugged in to the experiences of migrant workers along their supply chain, and many of these new laws are quite clear in stipulating that grievance mechanisms and stakeholder engagement are necessary, so that brands can monitor supply chains for exploitative practices and address what they find together with their suppliers. But being better plugged in to the experience of migrant workers is a need, of course, but how does that work in practice? So we're going to address how do we best amplify the voices of migrant workers. I have an excellent panel to address that point because we have the luxury of hearing from Mars, a large multinational with extraordinary reach in terms of sectors and geographies, but also with a deep experience of wide-ranging experience of different worker engagement solutions. An institute, ISARA, who have built multiple tools to support migrant workers in Asia, and a workers' coalition in the form of the Coalition for Immokalee Workers, who has engineered a model that takes migrant workers, their employers, retailers, and the consumer from a situation of extreme exploitation as the norm to a situation in which migrant workers are heard, respected, and central to the effective running of farms and ethical rewiring of supply chains. So I'm about to give it over to my panelists, but before we dive in, I want to have a little frank confession. You'll notice in the subtext for this panel today that while the title was about amplifying workers' voices, I'm looking at Neil apologetically, amplifying workers' voices, in the subtext there was a specific focus on grievance mechanisms. Now, on talking to my three panelists, we chose to do a slight broadening and reframing there. As some of you will be aware, the term grievance mechanism is evolving. You'll find that in conferences, presenters are regularly referring to the distinction between traditional grievance mechanisms on the one hand and grievance systems or worker engagement systems on the other. The difference being that the latter, worker engagement systems and grievance systems, move beyond the individual worker lodging a complaint to enable workers to identify exploitation and seek remedy to drive improvements using other channels. In this wider category, we find engagement with workers via mobile surveys, also referred to as direct work reporting or worker voice. We find engagement with workers via social media channels, and we find dedicated worker engagement apps. It's indeed this wider framing that the panel will be working with today. And but having said that, again back to Neil, we will certainly be addressing the role of effective grievance mechanisms and the failings thereof where applicable. But our panel also wished to go further still, and all of us kind of mutually recognize that amplifying migrant workers' voices only truly becomes impactful only when you recognize the crucial need for certain preconditions or preparatory work to be done, and the crucial need for follow-up, actions to drive improvements and remedies where needed. So I'll stop there. You've now got the framing. I want to ask our panel, we'll be using 4 questions to guide the conversation. And so I wanted to start with our first question, which is the broad one. How can we best amplify the voices and address the grievances of migrant workers? What are the channels, tools, approaches each of you as panelists have witnessed as impactful? And please feel free to provide examples. starting with you, Amy.
Well, thank you. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what my panelists have to say, because there is no silver bullet on this one. And so I'll talk about some of the options that we've explored as a company, what I've seen work. But again, I don't have the answer as to what is truly effective. One piece of the puzzle is, of course, traditional grievance mechanisms. So complaint boxes, hotlines, et cetera, the things that we've had around for a long time. And those certainly do have a role. So I'll talk quite a bit about maybe a program that we have in place with our first tier suppliers. It's called Supplier Advance, and it involves assessment of worker conditions and then 9 months or more of capacity building provided by expert third parties for those suppliers. But woven into that are lots of different forms of grievance mechanism, worker engagement, et cetera. So I'll start by saying we almost always find that an effective grievance mechanism ends up being part of that work, of that capacity building, because usually grievance mechanisms are not what they could be and what they should be to understand ongoing problems. Worker voice has been an interesting addition in recent years. I will start out by saying I was a skeptic. I didn't think anyone would answer the questions honestly when it's coming in through some device, but I actually now am convinced that it does have a really important role to play. Again, not by itself, but as part of an ecosystem. And we're finding that issues float up that way that don't come in through traditional grievance mechanisms. And that you're able to see problems at scale as well. So I'll just give a few examples. One of our suppliers, it turned out, had quite a high injury rate. And they didn't even know because they had, normal health and safety systems, but the workers didn't realize they should be reporting or weren't reporting. I'm not quite sure which it was. But really, it was an unrecognized problem where all of a sudden they realized they had a health and safety problem, like kind of a bread and butter issue. But that it hadn't come in through the normal channels, and worker voice was really how that supplier learned about it, and there are many more examples of that. I've also been surprised by kind of, workers will talk about things like harassment through worker voice, which I personally did not think would happen. They'll raise really serious issues through it, which, again, has been to my surprise. Another piece of the puzzle is worker engagement done well. Again, very hard to do well. We're doing some interesting work supporting our suppliers as they do work on this. So one of our suppliers is doing a really formal training for their middle management and their workers. I mean, it sounds, maybe it shouldn't be necessary, but it is. How do you talk to each other? How do you have real conversations on a regular basis about the issues that are bothering workers, whether they're big, I paid recruitment fees, or small. The food in the canteen is not good, and it is disgusting, and I don't want to eat it. So I think that that's important too. We've done training at our own sites. At some of our sites that have particularly vulnerable populations, helping our teams there have the skill set, again, to engage with vulnerable workers on a regular basis. So it's not a formal grievance mechanism, it's an ongoing conversation. And we had a third party come in who has a lot of experience interviewing workers, engaging with workers to help our teams know how to do that properly. Because I don't think this is actually that easy, even though it may seem like it should be intuitive. And I will just say, we have suppliers that are increasingly doing their own recruiting in country. And I would imagine that that kind of training would be really vital for those situations too. If you really want workers to tell you when they don't know you about their recruitment journey, right? That's not a natural thing to do. Last, I will say, this is again kind of old school. There's just on-the-ground assessment, and that is really important too. It's a snapshot in time. You can't do it all the time. That's something like worker voice is really helpful because you can do it more frequently. But those old-fashioned assessments, whether it's in a supply shed at a farm level or in a factory, we still find that that's vital when it's done by really experienced people. So I'll stop there because I have a feeling they have much more granular, interesting things to say.
Mark, over to you.
Great, thank you. So I work for an organization called the ITSER Institute. We primarily focused in Southeast Asia and South Asia. And really since inception, worker voice has been underpinning the work that we do. How can we empower workers? We're running multilingual helplines, as well as increasingly using social media, sort of close Facebook chats, or just messaging platforms like Line, Telegraph, Viber, or WhatsApp as ways to be communicating directly to workers. And one of the things that we realized early on, as you're running grievance mechanisms and hearing directly, I think right now it's attuned to about 15,000 calls and messages from workers per month. A lot of the risks and vulnerabilities that have come through the recruitment channels. And so one of the things, that very early on in sort of the communications with the partners, the brands and retailers that we work with, is to highlight the need to be operating in the origin countries. Or if you're not operating there, find partners who are. And this, because what can happen is you can be looking for, okay, we're doing a more traditional assessment, of worker satisfaction surveys or recruitment surveys to find out, what the realities that workers have experienced, what kind of fees they've paid, but also more importantly, what were the root causes. And so I think for me, in terms of, really trying to highlight or kind of steer direction for what needs to be done and some of the good practice, and that's actually operating in the origin countries when you have foreign migrant workers, but really focusing on the prevention. Because you can be going, from an employer pays perspective, or just trying to find legal recruitment, you can go ahead and have workers, seek remedy justice. They can go ahead and repay the fees that they, had incurred. A lot of times there's deception, there's other, serious vulnerabilities. But if you can address those at the time that they're job seekers, that's absolutely critical. So we're talking about, how can you get better information in the hands of job seekers? How can you, allow them to have more informed decisions about what the nature of work is going to be like? How can you push out those brokers and those middlemen for paying those 6 months of fees? We heard the example in Bangladesh, it could be even up to several years of fees that migrant workers are facing. And so the more that we can go ahead and work with local partners and work in the origin countries, you have a lot of opportunities to address those kind of risks at the root cause before they take place. And so for ITSRA, we do have an app as well. It's called Golden Dreams. It's a Yelp-like platform where migrant workers can share and rate and review their employers, their recruitment agencies, service providers. A few years back, we added a marketplace as well. And what we've found is, in the beginning, before there was actually the jobs there, migrant workers would be asking, this is great, really helpful information. It's a platform that I'm hearing from my peers, other workers, when they're in origin countries or in destination and they've returned. But where are the good jobs? And so, with the addition of the marketplace, this is one where we've really realized that it's not about just having that app or the tools we've talked about before, it's really about the ground game. And so, we've been in the process now, I think there's about 34 different organizations, 6 local trade unions that we've partnered with, and we're helping really building out their own channels and their own network that they have, because they're already invested in across the localities. You have migrant workers at the village level who are really trying to find, what those job opportunities, but how do you have the hotlines and the different, feedback mechanisms that can occur at that first mile? And so that's what we're really trying to build out, and think it's been effective.
Brilliant. Thanks, Mark. And over to you, Gerard.
Well, from our part, I would say, there's nothing, as a farm worker and as part of the coalition of Immokalee workers for the past 20-something years, I got involved when there was no fair food program, which is what we call the solution to the problems in the fields. And we were actually in the juncture between, focusing on Immokalee, trying to transform an industry that wasn't ready to recognize the humanity of the workers themselves. There were several actions. There was a hunger strike by 6 workers that went without food for 30 days. And when a grower was asked, why was it so hard to sit at the table? It was asked by another smaller grower. And they were saying, these workers have gone to the hospital in really bad shape, and they are all asking for dialogue. You don't have to concede anything, but don't you think that they have earned that space on the table? The answer of this grower was something that captured basically how they were looking at their workforce. They said, I'm going to put it to you this way. A tractor doesn't tell a farmer how to run his farm. That pushed our community to start thinking, instead of the question of the organizer, which states, how do we make these abuses stop? And instead, we added the question of the economist. which states who's benefiting the most. When we started to analyze that question as a community, we realized that there were a lot of brands from the retail food industry that decades before that moment didn't exist in the way they did at that moment and had the influence to actually demand the highest quality of the produce they needed, in this case tomatoes mainly, and also the price. They were using something that in the retail food industry they call the power of the purchasing order to drive prices down to the benefit. When that happened, you can see clearly why farm workers were receiving since 1978 and for the next 30 plus years the same wages per bucket. It was a 40 to 45 cents. That meant that there was a direct connection between the extreme poverty and the perpetuity of those wages being stagnant with the incredible power and wealth that was continuing to grow on the top of the food chain. So we said to ourselves, if the market, by its inaction when it comes to farm workers in their supply chain, is sentencing workers to live in a situation in which they have to endure sexual harassment, they have to endure wage theft, violence in the fields, and in the most extreme, conditions of modern day slavery, where workers have been forced to work at gunpoint under threats of death for them and their families. In many cases that we have helped by working undercover sometimes, gathering evidence for the FBI, and bringing those cases to resolution. We knew that we needed a power that was bigger than the industry that we were aiming to change. And that's why we decided to start what we call the campaign for fair food. We started with Taco Bell. We were very naive, thinking that they are going to be really happy once we tell them the dream that we have as workers. When we read the Declaration of Human Rights, all of those were only aspirations. We knew that none of that would apply to us, that we needed to fight for it. So we thought they're going to be excited to be part of the solution. If the market stands with us, we can then influence the growers to create the mechanisms that are necessary to eliminate all of these abuses, and not just to identify problems, but if we have enough power from the retail food industry, we will be able to prevent conditions of abuse and even modern day slavery, sexual assault, and other problems. With that idea in mind, we started with Taco Bell. 2005, they came on board because there were hundreds of universities across the country standing in solidarity with the workers of Immokalee. There were the National Council of Churches, just to give you an example of people of faith, 32 different denominations, 50 million people of faith that in one way or another heard from us and got involved. They would give us food. They would give us the floors to sleep. When we were in tours, across the country, talking about the conditions that we were aiming to eliminate. Everything was based on a theory of change. And the inspiration that we drew was an inspiration that came out of the suffering. That was our most powerful weapon. Once we reached the agreement in 2005, then McDonald's came on board, Burger King, Subway, all with a campaign, obviously. The boycott of Taco Bell was the first boycott. We have now a second boycott focusing on Wendy's. We're asking them to also join onto the program. In total, we have 14 corporations. That is the power that is needed, because you cannot negotiate anything that you don't have the power to negotiate. You need to build power in the side of the community, and that's what we built. These 14 agreements gave us the opportunity to land finally in 2011 the implementation of the Fair Food Program, with the participation of growers represented under the Florida Tomato Growers Exchange. 90% of an industry based in Florida with production all over the East Coast. When Walmart came on board in 2014, we were able to expand to other states. Right now, we are implementing the program in agriculture in the US in 9 states. And we're in conversation on how to land these changes in other places in the world. So this is going globally in agriculture. But at the same time, this has served as a blueprint to be able to create the mechanisms that makes it possible for other realities to also be implementing something similar like we did. The Fair Food Program, it's like a blueprint. That worker-driven social responsibility, or WSR, is the result. And it is being implemented in other sectors, in other industries, like the textile industry, in Bangladesh, in Lesotho. And there's an exploration to also work in the fishing industry and other sectors. So this has no limits. The only limitation is our imagination. Once we understand that this is a power that can be applied in different parts of the globe, but that the most important part about it is the empowerment of workers as the leaders of that power. Not as a subject matter, not as a topic of conversation within a system that comes from above, but as a system that is actually created by workers themselves. We, in our small community, created the list of rights that needed to be part of the code of conduct. And in other places in the world, the same is being done. So we are supporting on those efforts. And as I said, without power, you cannot negotiate anything that makes sense to you, to your reality as a worker.
Brilliant. Thank you, Gerardo. So beautiful examples from the Supplier Advance Program to providing kind of the means to amplify workers' voices in particular workplaces, to Sarah, ensuring that workers can use their voices to identify root causes and to express what they really needed, to find out where the good jobs lay. And your example of workers essentially, the kind of amplified voice being used to direct the movement and to set standards for retailers. So the second question is, what are the elements the three of you recognize that made these effective, that made these examples you've cited effective specifically for migrant workers? Amy, can I start with you again?
Sure, and I do feel like others on the panel will be able to expand on some of the, I think, obvious things I'm going to say. Obviously, migrant workers, look, grievance mechanisms are hard for anyone to use. I wouldn't be eager to use a grievance mechanism, right? And I'm in a pretty empowered position. And obviously, migrant workers face special challenges, including ones as simple as language, or in some cases, illiteracy. So sometimes there are just obvious opportunities. I'll give one example. One of our suppliers had a grievance mechanism that was written only, and most of their workers were illiterate, right? These are things you can fix, but you have to look. And so I do still think there are some easy wins in some places around creating just thinking about the basics of how people can communicate. I think I want to talk about this more in terms of opportunity, so we'll get to it later, but I think culture is a big piece of this too, and a really tough one to crack. And then I guess another factor I think about is the role of a grievance mechanism or some form of worker engagement. Is it only about the worst things? So I'm a lawyer, right? I'm worried about, do we have people paying recruitment fees somewhere in our supply chain? But that's not the only problem workers can have. And I actually think addressing smaller problems that to a corporation may seem small, but are not small to those workers, are a really important way to start building trust and start a process that can help you get to the deeper issues, where again, a migrant worker might not be very eager to come to their employer with a very serious problem, but you can start with smaller things.
Over to you.
Sure, thank you. Okay, so there's a bunch of things that we could potentially cover. I think one is just around access and inclusivity. Making sure, and that's one of the reasons why, at least for ITSR, it's having multiple different channels that workers feel comfortable to access at a time and location they feel most comfortable basically utilizing. And along those lines as well too, the empowerment, the knowing your rights, the being able to find, a good recruitment agency, a good employer, what happens when you actually arrive, at the destination, at the factory site, the working conditions there, the needs and the information that, workers or job seekers to workers will face will change. It's dynamic. And so, I think that's one of the valuable things that, tech can bring to the picture is that, in this case, you can have a grievance mechanism. You can have these kind of, more information for workers that basically goes and travels with the worker from the origin all the way to the destination to where they return back home again. So I think there definitely is different needs for information at different stages, especially as, the migrant worker registration system, is constantly changing. If you're, trying to tackle more serious issues like forced labor, obviously it's very dynamic and things change. And I think that's one of the values that worker voice that's really ongoing can provide, and different from social audits, is the sense that, it's continuous. I think from a recruitment perspective, there's a lot of, I think, emphasis on, the employer pays model, which obviously is fantastic and is much needed. But the realities for so many migrant workers is that they just don't have those job opportunities. There's just, when we talk about what's happening within the marketplace, there's few to employers that are willing to go ahead and pay for, demand that kind of level of service from the recruitment agencies. The vast, vast majority of migrant workers, we're just trying to go ahead and say, is there a legal channel that we can go ahead and ensure? And fantastic if there's more opportunities for employer pays, but at the very least, can it be legal? So from that perspective, engaging with those recruitment agencies, especially the ones that are more progressive, and in many cases, it's the recruitment agencies, they can actually be, I think there's a lot of sort of focus, and there are some bad apples out there, but there are a lot of recruitment agencies that want to do the right thing. The terms and conditions of the contracts, the management services agreement that they have with the employer in many cases, it's very limited. The price just keeps getting bumped down per head because there's other recruitment agencies that are willing to go ahead and basically charge less because that comes on the back of workers. And so if you're trying to go ahead and really drive improvements, I think part of it is looking at, what is that power dynamic? What does those contracts look like between employers and the recruitment agencies? And then how can that information get out to those job seekers as well, so they can understand, if it's no fees, fantastic, or if there are fees, what are the allowable fees along with those working conditions? And so I think combined, and if you're able to hear from workers throughout that journey, it can make for a powerful tool for workers and for business.
Brilliant, thanks, Mark. Over to you, Gerardo.
Well, a few thoughts that come to mind. The workforce in the United States changed dramatically because politics were too focused on villainizing farm workers, villainizing migrants in this country. When that happened, that created a fear within the agricultural industry because they had a really valid point when they were thinking, with this push of anti-immigrant laws nationally when Trump was in office, what's going to happen if they come to our farms, which they did at some point. That infused a lot of fear because there were millions and millions of dollars of investment in the ground, literally. So the beginning of H2A in a more broader form brought also this fake belief among people in this country of safety, of like somehow because people are coming under an H2A visa, they are safe from the typical abuses that other workers confront. And nothing could be farther, and I don't know if I'm saying that right, from the truth. The reality is that H2A has been used since its implementation and expansion in the country as the way to recruit people, impose debts, bring them to the US without any kind of oversight. You have basically workers that are dependent absolutely in regards to where they stay, when they go to the store, mobility, everything in one person. And what we have seen, I can mention a few examples of the cases that have come to our attention. One of them being the Blooming Onion case, that was closed in 2001, or the indictment was presented in 2021, sorry. This case involved 71,000 workers that were forced to work with a debt of $2,200 each. They were paid 20 cents per bucket of onions, the way that they were forced to dig with their bare hands. This is just an example. They were able to money launder more than $200 million in a casino in Tampa. This is what happens with a system that has no oversight, right? In other example, there was a case in Pahokee where workers were forced to work in the watermelon fields under the same conditions and the threats of death to them, their families. They had to escape on a truck, on the back part of a truck. And these are just a few examples of things that continue to happen. There's other cases under investigation. Why do I share this? Because it is necessary to understand what we are up against and to be able to then counter or place what we have as a solution to understand the urgency in expanding it. In our case, the elements that make this work is the Fair Food Program and the WSR are models that not just empower people, they protect them with the power of the market. In one end, you have workers that are able to complain without any kind of retaliation, and there's a resolution that they see themselves happening in real time. In the other side, you have corporations that have signed legally binding agreements, and they are ready to cut purchases if necessary for non-compliance. And in the cases of zero tolerance, which include modern-day slavery, sexual assault, and child labor, then that's automatic. You're not going to be able to sell, in this case, your tomatoes if you are allowing any of these bad actors into your operation. It is your responsibility as an employer to make sure that you don't have abusive bosses leading your workers. So when you have those two things, then the other parts you create to be able to make it work. The Fair Food Standards Council, for example, is an organization that was created with the task of overseeing the implementation of the Fair Food Program and also guarantee or oversee compliance at both levels, at the level of the grower and also at the level of the corporations that have signed on to the program. They also account for one of the things that every buyer, every corporation participating does, which is they pay a premium that goes directly to the workers. It's not much, but it goes to cover every pound of tomatoes that you harvest in the fields. Since the implementation of the program until today, and taking into account that it covers close to 30,000 workers within this industry, there's been more than $42 million that have been distributed in the form of a bonus. So all of those things alleviate the state of vulnerability in which workers live, allowing them to be able to speak up, bringing all of this information directly from the fields, and having the power of the market ready to be used as a blessing. If you're doing a good thing in the implementation of these rights, then it's going to be a blessing for any farm that is doing it, because these corporations are going to buy from them. If you are not, then you have work to do, because nobody should be subject to any kind of abuse, any kind of sexual harassment, any kind of violence or modern-day slavery. So that should be, the market saying, we are not going to participate doing business in this form until you change. And that's what we've seen. This has changed everything from the way in which we are recruited, which also include collaborations with the National Service of Employment in Mexico, SNE. And we have been able to eliminate the recruitment fees that do exist everywhere else, and that's the sad part. We have a horrible scenario for workers outside of the Fair Food Program, and we have an opportunity with expanding the Fair Food Program to be able to eliminate all of these situations from continuing to happen.
Beautiful, thanks Gerardo.
So the elements that are identified include inclusive by design, grievance systems that are inclusive in terms of literacy and language, that we need to build trust in environments before expecting grievance systems to work. The tech can deal with the dynamic and changing nature of migration kind of corridors and recruitment practices, and can provide information to workers wherever they are. That you need grievance systems that both empower and protect workers, a point just mentioned by Gerardo, and that the amplification of workers' voices needs to be tied directly and materially to compliance. Compliance by growers and compliance also by retailers, so that there are real material consequences when workers voice a particular issue for the kind of powers that be. So then the third question is, briefly to my panelists, because we're going to have to be a little bit more, I'm going to have to be a bit more Dutch in my timing. Terrible stereotype, apologies to the Dutch. Now, where do traditional grievance mechanisms sometimes fail migrant workers, and why? I know, Amy, you've already touched on them, but please go ahead.
So maybe I'll try to group my comments into two buckets. One is around culture. And there's two pieces of that. I already talked a little bit about workers having confidence and trust in systems, and that can be quite hard. But there's also the question we find with our suppliers being really nervous about using a tool like worker voice, because as I understand it, they're afraid that workers will express concerns and they won't be able to address them, or it will create unrest, right? So there's this real nervousness about opening that door, or opening that box, I suppose I should say. What we found is that when our suppliers do it, after we work on it for a while, they really, really appreciate what they learn, and they are able to act on what they find. And it is actually quite transformative in many cases, but it's hard. You have to really spend the time making the case for it. And obviously, one opportunity there is to have not just the big brands, but our suppliers sharing those experiences with each other so that there is more comfort with that kind of approach. So that's around culture. And there's practicalities, and we've kind of touched on some of that, but this isn't a barrier. This is more it's a barrier with an opportunity that I'm excited to see where it goes. People at sea on vessels are obviously really vulnerable because they're at sea for a long time. They are often migrants from vulnerable countries and challenging countries. And we have a supplier that has done in-port audits and things, but wanted to do more than that. And so we're supporting their effort to test out worker voice on vessels. So we're really curious to see what kind of information that brings back in terms of a way to really know on an ongoing basis what the conditions of workers are on individual vessels. Obviously, then there's a question about how you remediate that. Again, they're at sea, it makes it harder, but there is the power of the pocketbook. So I don't know where that's gonna land. Ask me in about a year or two, but I think it's a really interesting opportunity to, again, in a situation where there's a really substantial barrier to getting information, there is an opportunity. So let's hope that that pans out as we hope.
Brilliant. Mark.
So I think for some of the challenges we've seen across different grievance mechanisms, it's helpful to kind of describe a little bit more which type grievance or which mechanism we're talking about. So in general, when it's sort of neutral, third-party, independent grievance mechanisms, there's been a lot of, I think, good examples and successes because it comes down to trust at the end of the day. I know certainly for ITSRA, a lot of times when we're first entering a factory, that's one of the first things that workers ask. Who paid for you to be here? Is it my employer, or are you really independent? At the same time, I think the aim is to try to build up the improvements in the trust deficit that often there is between a worker and an employer. So how can you strengthen an employer's own grievance mechanism in that process? And I think this is also where a lot of the challenges arise, because of past experiences where there just hasn't been a well-functioning mechanism in place, at that supplier or that employer level. And so some of the big challenges, in that space, one is communication back to those that have actually kind of put themselves at risk, a little bit more vulnerable by stepping up and sharing, these are the different issues that are arising. Sometimes the lack of confidentiality, that an individual may face. Fear of reprisals is obviously a massive one. So making sure that there are safeguards in place for those individuals that are sharing. And then, I think, and even in the recruitment process that extended a little bit further, you see sometimes well-intentioned, employers are actually going out, taking that extra step, if it's a foreign migrant worker, going to the origin countries and meeting with workers there, in addition to sometimes, doing different surveys once those workers arrive back at their location. But sometimes what we've seen, in that process of wanting to go ahead and engage with a worker, sort of at that interview process, pre-departure training, they're in interview stage, they would ask workers to go ahead and, have you paid any fees? And sometimes have workers sign a declaration, that I have not paid any fees. That simply just doesn't work. I mean, if you're a job seeker, that you've already paid fees, you're not going to go ahead and likely, the indebtedness you may have already gone into, you're not going to go ahead and forego that because of a very good chance then that you won't be accepted. So many times workers feel pressure, even if they had paid fees, to go ahead and sign something saying that they hadn't. The employer is saying, okay, that's here to protect myself or my brand or retailer has a policy, but the reality is it just kind of drives it underground until potentially it comes up at some later date and time. So I think the recommendation, I think in those cases, is just to really work on the better systems, the different channels that workers might trust. Obviously, there's a time and location where some of these things are more likely to rise. So I think those are some of the challenges that come up.
Excellent. Thank you, Mark. Gerardo.
Well, I think that I would use a phrase, no todo lo que brilla es oro. Not all that shines is gold. To say this, we have seen how for more than 3 decades, the notion of corporate social responsibility, CSR, was this nice idea on trying to bring social responsibility into the supply chains, and we know why it failed. It failed because it never really included workers. It failed because it never really aimed to alleviate the problems that happen at the bottom, especially at the bottom of their supply chain. It was an approach that sounded good in paper, but after 30 years of failure, I think that we should just get rid of it altogether, that notion, and start to think in a new way. There's another thing that I want to mention. There is a study that took place in Harvard, MSI Integrity or MS Integrity, did a study for 10 years without us knowing that they were actually doing that in terms of different programs, different initiatives of our time that were being deployed to basically alleviate abuses, eliminate abuses, right? And they realized, I think they studied about 60 different initiatives and concluded that only one of them stood up as one that actually resolves the problems that it was created to resolve. And that was the Fair Food Program. That's not us saying it, that's plenty of data that can explain why all of this makes sense for us to expand it. But we cannot do it alone. We need the support of all of you. If what we want to do is to see more iterations of the Fair Food Program in the form of a WSR model, then we need to get close to this, and we need to also study what doesn't work and why. I'm not going to get into the details because ultimately, I think that we have something beautiful right here in the US that is expanding rapidly. There's a lot of interest globally, and the only thing that we need is for more people to realize that we all could, stand behind this and use any power that we have to push together, because the narrative that continues to stand in the way comes from corporations that are trying to escape real responsibility, that are trying to come up with codes of conduct, co-opted the language of human rights, dignity, all of those things that we talk about, because we are hungry for it. It's being co-opted, and we need to actually focus on what the results are. In our concrete example, the Fair Food Program has demonstrated a type of power that actually brings the agricultural industry that once denied that we were human beings to be active participants in the transformation to serve as an example to the rest of the food production in this country by collaborating in a form that protects workers' lives, workers' dignity, and in lieu, for example, of COVID-19, the Fair Food Program, in collaboration with these growers, was able to create the only protocols that are enforceable within the U.S., within the U.S. agriculture, to protect workers with clear step-by-step things that were defined by the industry to do the best, at confronting this. Another one, it's extreme heat. We have protocols to protect workers with mandatory stops that were just expanded. It was from May to October, which are the hottest months of the year. Now we expanded it from April 15 to November 15 because we have seen the increase on temperatures during these months, and we don't want people to risk their lives while they are working. And lastly, in terms of modern day slavery, growers, when they sign on to the Fair Food Program, they basically hire directly every worker so that they embrace the responsibility that comes with it. In cases of abuse, they will make sure that the abuse is fixed.
Thank you, Gerardo. There was one more question about the last bit of advice that each of the panelists would provide when it comes to setting up channels, including but not limited to effective grievance mechanisms that genuinely empower migrant workers to report abuses and seek remedy. How about one piece of advice each before we turn to the audience for questions?
Well, generally, I would just say it's hard, and you have to keep at it and try lots of different channels. I think this conversation points out just the larger ecosystem, that a grievance mechanism for workers at a work site by itself is not going to fix the system. That is why we have laws and law enforcement, and we're seeing the growth of laws, especially in the EU, to make some of this much more formal. And I think that that is also really powerful and important, right? There is a role, of course, for company grievance mechanisms, worker engagement, all of that, but it's not enough on its own.
Great, Mark.
I think there's, it's exciting in the sense that there's a lot more channels available for workers to share information that's of importance to them. I think that when we talk about grievance mechanisms, it's really important. Then it is hard to go ahead and operate hotlines and to be running that. So I would say, one, make sure that you're prepared to go ahead and receive the information that comes in. It's not just for due diligence purposes. You have a responsibility to go ahead and act on it, the information that comes in on an ethical manner. And similarly, in terms of the data collection or that process, to make sure that there's informed consent and that individual on the other side really has a good, clear indication of what's going to happen with the information. How is it going to be used? How is information is going to be reported back in terms of resolution?
Brilliant. Thank you. And Gerardo, one piece of advice.
I would say support workers when they are trying to create the solutions for their own problems. And, I think the true power really emerges once the power of experiences, regardless of language. Sometimes it can be assumed that because we don't come from the world of academia, our voices or what we are bringing to the table is not as valid. And those notions, we need to change them. We need to sit at the table and have real conversations with one another, understand the dreams that people that are suffering have, understand the limitations in the path to achieve those dreams, but also do our part understanding that this is not something that, in our case, workers are asking as a favor. We have already feed and place the food in every single table in this country. We deserve better. So I would say, let's get closer, let's get working together to understand how to better support each other. Thanks.
Brilliant. We haven't ended yet. It's your turn now to ask some questions. Please go ahead.
So we have 5 minutes. That's the most time we had all morning for questions. So I'm going to be rather ambitious, and I have group questions today from online and in-person questions into 3 broad categories. And I think they follow really well from the round of questions you just answered now. So I have one. People in the audience were very curious about what lessons can be drawn from the issues that you spoke of, with the purpose of applying it to their own work. So we have, people talked about things like, Mark, you mentioned access, inclusivity, and being continuous. Gerardo, you spoke of empowerment and building wider solidarity. So the follow-up question is, how can worker voices become more normalized in companies' own human rights due diligence processes? So that's cluster number 1. 2 is a very reflective question, and it's perfect. Second part question to Gerardo's last comment. It is, to what extent have people who have been migrant workers been involved in the process for developing policies on responsible recruitment themselves? I think that's a really good reflective question as we look around the room as well. And the third one is going back to the theme of technology. So we have one participant who remarked that a lot of technology solutions and mechanisms tend to atomize the worker. It puts the burden of reporting on them. And the question is, Gerardo, you spoke of this wider solidarity and collective action, and you remarked yourself that it was a rare example. Why is it so rare, and how can we look at replicating more of your successes in other sectors? Thank you.
Great. So who wants to take the first one about how can worker voice be normalized in human rights due diligence?
Go ahead.
I can just say something briefly, which is I do think when you're conducting human rights due diligence, there's different levels to that, right? There's sort of your macro view of your supply chain, and then specific situations in particular supply chains, particular supply sheds, particular suppliers. Further down you get, the easier it is to do, right? And so again, I think it is this idea of using a lot of different tools to try to elevate what's actually happening to workers rather than making assumptions. I also say I'm often surprised by what we find. The issues we think we're going to find aren't always what we find. And so assumptions can be really dangerous. But I would just say use more tools and do it consistently and have it be part of the way you approach. It should be built in and integrated.
Brilliant. Mark.
So, we often say, if you really want to know what's happening to workers at the workplace or the recruitment, channels, you have to speak with workers themselves. So I think first and foremost, it's really about shifting, evolving from very much an audit compliance approach to one that's sort of beyond audit, where there's more opportunities to be engaging, whether that's at the factory level or at the community level. And then I think once you have more opportunities then to hear what's happening, at the broader community levels too, especially as you go further upstream in supply chains, there's probably a lot more opportunities for different collaborations, for partnerships. And so I think having more conversations of what's happening sort of at that ecosystem level becomes really, really advantageous.
Excellent.
Well, I would say how workers' voice be normalized. I would say also why. We need to analyze why it should be normalized. It should be normalized because it is what makes it work. If workers are at the bottom of any supply chain speaking up, they're gonna let any system in place know what the problems and where the problems are. The how, we have done it through campaigning, bringing different corporations on board. We have done it through connecting with different players that are interested in other parts of the globe. We have created infrastructures like the WSR network together with other groups to be able to address these conversations and push the narrative that is necessary in this country. So the how, I think, depends on where you are, but the how, the why is very important. We need to find ways to be able to have the workers able, free, and unafraid to speak up, which means they need to be protected. We need to build power around that. In terms of the other question, to what extent we have been involved in legislative efforts, we have not, as our main focus ever, do legislative work. It has happened backwards, at the inverse. We have bring the power of the market to change conditions in the fields. In that context, the law becomes the basis. Laws that were dormant, we bring them up and we apply them within the program. And then on top of it, we build new rights, like the right to have shade in the fields, which is something that doesn't exist by law. And through legislation, I see it very difficult for us to land something like that. So we need to think, in terms of power. Where is the power? And seek for it to be able to then change the conditions at the bottom. In terms of wider solidarity, why this is rare? Well, I think that we have a whole universe of interests that are not aligned with this. And we need to figure out what those interests are on the part of different corporations to let them know that this is not something that is going to damage in any way their business model. If anything, this is going to make it work in a way in which they can guarantee that in their supply chain, there's no abuses of human rights, that people don't have to give up their dignity to be able to provide profits at the top. It's not about that. It's about collaborating. It's about harnessing the power that they already have and directing it towards where it matters to avoid people having to give up their most precious thing, which is their dignity, the ability to have what they need for the families. This is as basic as that.
There are two questions left, and I'm going to cheekily, because we've run out of time, sadly, say that the one actually was answered in our panel by Gerardo about how we replicate that model in other sectors. They are doing that work in garment, in the garment sector and elsewhere. But you're welcome to talk to him later about that. And then just in closing, the last question that we haven't answered is about tech and the way in which sometimes, depending on the particular solution for the grievance system, grievance mechanisms, for example, do place the burden on an individual worker to step forward and report an issue. And is that appropriate and fair in all circumstances? And I'm going to be naughty and step forward and answer that myself in closing the panel. And it resonates with a lot of the issues we've already covered. Empowerment and full information and safe channels and solid follow-up and tying what's voiced to the bigger picture and to changing standards as well as changing legislation is all extremely important. But we have to make the user experience for the worker easy. We have to lower the Dutch have this term drempel. We have to lower the threshold that discourages a lot of workers, migrant workers in highly problematic situations from stepping forward and raising their hand. How do we do that? Also using tech tools that unlock scalable kind of, scalable voice channels. By alongside kind of incident reporting lines that depend on the individual to step forward, also introduce a rhythm of worker voice monitoring in a way that monitors working conditions as operation normal across the workforce. So to destigmatize and take the pressure off the individual and recognize that not all individuals will use traditional grievance mechanisms. In fact, most workers won't. So what do we do about that? Let's ensure that the other tools in that important tool suite that Amy keeps talking about, lower the obstacle for migrant workers and ensure that it's destigmatized, fully anonymous, to Mark's point, and that reporting becomes an operation normal, and to ensure that we collate all that insight that we hear from migrant workers again and again and again, and make sure that it does indeed end up impacting on standards, to Gerardo's point, and finally to regulation that we all looking forward to. Thank you so much for your patience. Brilliant.
One of the definite advantages of being hosted by Clifford Chance is a Clifford Chance lunch. And I understand there might be one of those waiting for us all outside. So if we can be back in here by 2 o'clock to resume this afternoon. Thank you all very much. Thank you, panel.